Ladies and gentlemen, cats and dogs of the internet, welcome to the fourth $100 Pro Rivalry League 2 vs 2 Battlerite tournament. Tonight's single elimination cup features over 40 teams, all looking forward to claiming that $100 prize pot. My name is TJ and my co-caster is the one and only Dexarian. We will be bringing you the first half of the action tonight as we cover our group stage games. In addition, Dax, to the standard $100 prize pot, we will also be giving away one copy of Battlerite just before the grand finals tonight, which personally, and I admit to being biased towards getting free stuff, that's really exciting for me. Can I enter?
I think everyone is allowed to enter at this point. I've already entered a raffle as soon as the stream started. I mean, why not at this point? And for those who already have the game, I mean, it's a great opportunity to actually, show the game to a new player or something amongst those lines so they don't have to pay for it. So yeah, just go ahead and type raffle in the chat.
I'm not sure we can actually win. I'm pretty sure they'll re-roll it if we win, but I entered anyway.
Why not?
Because that's what counts.
Right.
We are into our group stage match between the Shape of Battlerite to come over on the blue side and Smoke Break over on the red. Of course, rank 1 and In the Flash will be making up Smoke Break, and Crunchmaster and Lord Bobby will be over on Shape of Battlerite to come, which I think we should just call Team Shape for lack of all those words, because there aren't entirely too many of them.
Absolutely. Shortening team names has been known to happen for the sake of clarity during casting. So yeah, Shape sounds good to me. As we go into match selection right here, it looks like they have locked in Croak and Olger combination. Quite an unusual one. We haven't seen Croak in a while in the tournament setup.
That's a little bit interesting. I think that Croak is... I've stuck by this. Time and time again I've said this. I don't believe in Croak, and I think a lot of people hate me for it, but I firmly believe that Croak is useless when it comes to defending their ally. So you can run Croak if you're a self-sufficient champion, and maybe Older is the closest you can get to that, but Older is still vulnerable to that DPS burst damage, and I'm not sure that Croak is going to be able to protect him over on Team Shape. But either way, we are getting into the game, and hopefully we will see them prove me wrong, because I'm always excited to go ahead and learn some new tactics.
Absolutely, and you mentioned defend from a defending point of view. He does have some defend options, I guess you could say, because you can go for the encap and then go on the stun on the other guy, and can sometimes allow your teammate to just move in and try to finish a kill, which hopefully they'll be using a similar tactics. Usually that's the bread and butter of Croak anyway, so I really expect those two guys to be doing just that.
Yeah, of course, on the other side, we have an Older yet again. Mirror matchup there with the Space Goats, the Time Goats, and, of course, Ashka, the demonic ranged fire beast. It's going to be interesting. You have the close range assassin of Crunchmaster over on that Croak against Ashka, the ranged DPS. I'm not really sure either of them can protect their Older, perhaps showing himself as one of the more self-sufficient healers in the game.
And right off the bat, gonna try to go for that stealth stun, not quite connecting, so really a slow-paced neutral game so far into this match. Not too much damage is being applied, and Croak playing really passive in the back, waiting for his cooldowns. Once again, he's trying to go in, but that Time Bender just zoning him out as the orb is respawning, and it looks like it's gonna be secure, and actually gets stolen right off their eyes by Smoke Break.
A very aggressive play so far from rank 1 and In the Flash. They're just maintaining this medium range battle and absolutely dominating it. There's the shifting sands to escape, and he's going to just keep holding this ranged battle and keep dominating it.
What an ultimate! There goes the Infernal from Ashka. He's going to get both hits, and that's a lot of HP down on Croak's side already. He's going to try to go in for the stealth once again, but he's going to miss again. Having a really hard time landing those so far, and there goes the Chrono Shift. Not going to quite connect, because it's going to be countered by the other ultimate. And he's going to dodge that right away. There goes finding the first deceit. Once again, not be able to connect that, and now Lutin's going to have to be careful, getting really low in the back line.
And look at how aggressive Crunchmaster is getting here as he continues to hammer in the damage. That won't quite be the first kill, but the sands of time are reigning through rank 1 with literally 8 HP, single digits here in the backlines, and In the Flesh, he's not healing him at all. He's completely ignoring his stricken ally, and now he's in the front line. He will be able to escape for the time being, and there will be finally a little bit of healing out of In the Flesh.
Yeah, that much needed healing in the backline there. Ashka just pretty much waiting at this point to try and get some shot. Oh, and nice fire storms right there coming from Ashka onto the stealth Croak. And Olger almost falling, and there it goes. The final basic attack is gonna get rid of that. And Ashka still alive with that 8 HP, finally He's gonna get taken out by Croak, and here he comes in, gonna try to go for the orb. He's actually gonna reset his stun on the orb, which was a really good idea. He's gonna body block that, and he's gonna be able to connect that Venom, but he does have a space available, but nice stun to make that Venom proc. He has a good shot at this 1v1 now.
Flash going to be able to play back his ult. He is ready. The second he decides he has the shot onto Crunchmaster, he should trigger it. But of course, he needs to find the opportunity to do so where Crunch can't use any of those really common escape abilities. And will be the sands of time, leaving him with just 22 HP in the Flash. So very close to victory here, but the camouflage, that allows the stun, followed by the Venom to come through. Lots of close range damage, the Petrified though off the EX, and there's the sands of time, just slivers away.
Oh.
And that will be the kill coming in the Flash. Able to guarantee the first round for his side. Smoke break of 1-0.
What a play by In the Flesh right there, using his R ability to petrify to push him right onto his quicksand to get the root on top of it and proccing that Sands of Time off the root, managing to pick up the kill with barely a sliver of HP left.
Managing to just keep his team alive, and I'm a little bit interested in that. In the Flash, on the whole, just doesn't really seem to like those healing abilities. He believes rank 1 can take care of himself. He's a bit like my mother, you know?
Absolutely.
You can do it yourself, TJ.
And now this time they're going hard onto Ashka, but they will get resetted right back out the neutral game as they try to once again reinitiate. But every time Ashka's cooldowns are up, just using that Surging Fight to get out of harm's way as the orb will be grabbed by the red team side this time around, finally grabbing one for themselves. Much needed pressure there.
And the Flash and Count now falling back, and look at this Croak just trying to get in there, trying to poke his little swords, and there he goes. Finally, little Froggy can have a field day, and he is dominating so far. Nice use of the Petrified rank 1 with the ultimate in the meantime. The Scorched Earth did do a lot of damage, and there is the Infernal Scorch still simmering as it finally fades, and the Flash will continue chasing down a rogue Crunchy Frog.
And that Scorch is gonna grab the orb right off the nose once again. Good timing by Ashka from the backline to grab that one up. Still, ultimate is available for the blue team's Ultra this time around. It's gonna be interesting. Both are ultimate actually available, so we might see something similar. Yep, there he goes. Both are gonna be used at the same time, but there goes the shifting sense to dodge the other one. Nicely done. And the Infernal Scorch is not gonna connect, and that's a lot of energy going to waste. 3 ultimates basically used for nothing at that point, as another orb is gonna fall into the red team's hand. And right now, they're sitting at 40% health total versus a mere 18%, so it looks like they have it on lockdown.
Despite all the wasted ultimates, they are managing to keep themselves alive, and finally, Lord Bobby does decide that maybe his ally deserves a few heals, although there's the quicksand going in, but the Croak will fall regardless, and it will be Lord Bobby all of a sudden in a very bad situation. The time travel comes through, maybe, just maybe, he can get something off the back of this, but he's not even able to grab Orb, and the Flame Strike will stun him, guaranteeing the end and the second victory for Smoke Break.
Yeah, he really needed to connect that ult to be able to do anything at that point. Fortunately, Ultra getting just out of harm's way. He was able to grab the orb, but it wasn't enough.
I'd love to really see over on Lord Bobby and Crunchmaster, I'd love to see Lord Bobby kind of supporting Crunchmaster more. Because I called this out, I said it's really hard to play as a team. It's really hard to make those two champions work together. In fact, blanket, it's really hard to get Croak to work with an ally. And I feel like we're seeing that. The Croak will extend, he will do damage, but then he's all alone. He's overstretched and he can't quite get the impact he wants.
I'm really surprised both Ultra is going for the Sense of Time battle, right? Getting that AoE damage after the 5 seconds. Most of the time you'll see Ultras going for that cooldown reduction on their heals, but they're deciding not to do that. And already a lot of damage being applied to the front line of this Ultra, getting destroyed basically right off the bat. As Croak is reinitiating and he really wants to get that kill. There goes the Incap. He's gonna go for the stun, but nice time Banner to rock that off. Still going on, chasing for the kill. He wants to get that. It's gonna get rooted though. And now D, he's taking a lot of damage in the front line, but he's gonna go back, grab that orb, play it safe. As another Deceit comes out, this time he's going to connect the Incap on top of the stun and the root. Lots of damage being applied. Just one basic attack, and there goes the Sense of Time to finish that kill off.
He was just melted, instantly gone. There's the Infernal Scorch answering back with the time travel. It's key of the stun. There's the follow-up. It won't quite land, but it never the mind. Absolutely dodged that Infernal Scorch, and Crunchmaster and Lord Bobby, they're just going to be able to execute the final player. That's the first point in favour now of Shape of Battlerite to come, and absolutely well-deserved.
It looks like Shape pretty much understood exactly what they needed to do right then and there, doing a great work of focusing a single target in such a fashion that he had nothing to do at that point. He just got melted so quickly. As the cooldowns came up, Croak was able to get that deceit and got the root on top of it, and that was just too much.
There's a few more snapshots, and this is what I was talking about. We can see now there is support coming in from Crunchmaster. He is getting kind of the ranged air support flying in with the shifting spans. Bobby will be following him into the action and just scaring off in the actually swap sides now. And you can see that they're playing together, and I really like this.
Yeah, another orb's gonna go towards the red team side, and they're basically sitting full health as Croak is trying to jump in right here, but it's not going to do much damage. Gonna get petrified, and the follow-up, he's going to connect on two right there. Nice ultimate coming from Ashka to get that damage off already, and down to 50% health really early into the round as they're trying to reinitiate once again. This time Root's going to connect, going to be a lot of damage onto Ashka, but not quite enough, and he's really going ham right now. Finally going to try to reset and get that in cap. He's going to connect, and there goes the Root and the stun. Nice combination attack to get half of his HP down, but will it be enough?
Well, maybe. Just maybe, but it's not going to connect all the damage necessary, not going through yet as the camouflage keeps Crunchmaster alive in the backline, so he's going to throw out some Toxic Mock. A little bit of frontline damage, looking for a way to slide on in here and begin chipping away at rank 1. Just maybe that's the opening as Poison begins to go through the camouflage into the incapacitate. This could be huge.
Nice damage right there, and there goes the ultimate to retaliate. It's going to connect on both of them, but he's getting really low right now. Has to be careful as the Ultra is going to be channeled right on top of him. He's not going to connect though. They're going to try and once again reinitiate towards neutral game, but still, or falling towards the red team, and another ultimate available for Ultra once again, as they're just pretty much passively regenerating their health right now.
Crunchmaster throwing out a bit more Toxic Muck, looking for a way on into rank 1, and there is the great fly past him. He can't quite connect here, and he's actually going to have to fall all the way back, and look at how much damage Crunchmaster took there. That was insane.
Nice flame strike from Ashka right there, doing lots of damage to that Ultra, and he's looking to finish the kill right now. The Root's gonna connect, but one more basic attack will do it, but nice ultimate timing to get out of harm's way. The stun though will not be there, and he really low is just once more as his teammates fall. Croak's gonna be able to pick it up though now. In a 1 versus 1 situation, both players extremely low. There goes the Ashka ultimate, and it's gonna finish it off.
Oh, that's 3-1 now in favour of Smoke Breakers. They are absolutely paving a very, very bloody path towards their smoke break. I'm going to barge right through anyone who stands in their way, and so far it's been really effective. I love it. When the Ashka gets going, he has nothing to fear. There's nobody who can get close. His mobility is absolutely insane, and he can rely on in the flesh to keep himself alive, and I think that's the real difference. Crunchmaster and Lord Bobby, they're trying to find a way to play together. Rank 1 isn't. He's just playing around the corner, raining in the damage, relying on in the flesh to do his own. You can see that right here as two separate 1v1s are taken.
They wanted to go for separate 1v1s, but then Lord Bobby's got none of that, just reinitiating onto the opposing Ultra. They were able to get some good damage off, but not quite as much as they would want to. But still, right now, it looks like they are in a decent position as the orb is respawning in the backline. Ultra's trying to 1v1 Ashka, but not having a hard time doing so. And finally, Ultimate's already available this early into the round. It's going to connect onto Bobby, now down to half HP or less, as the city is being used. Going to get the in-caps, going to go for the stun, but nice Firestorm right there to get the knockback just out of his stun range. And Flame Strike's not going to connect, but lots of damage being applied to Ashka. He's going to go for the stun, but Searing Flight was available to get out of that. Another Quicksand's going to connect. Two of them going to get hit this time around as the orb is respawning. Once again, the Flame Strike will finish it up as Croak is wanting to get that finisher. The Root's going to connect, but Ultimate was available again. It's going to connect on both of them. Nice.
And the time travel follow-up.
Wow, that was amazing play by the red team side. Smoke break right there, absolutely destroying the opposing Ultra with that combination attack. The Ultra right on top of the Infernal Scorch was just brilliant.
The idea of going, you're gonna go ahead, you're gonna pop your ulti, immediately at the end of it, we pop the time travel, we take you immediately out of the end of your ulti, right into my, there's a double venom though, this is still entirely possible for Crunchy if he can somehow land the remaining damage, and it won't quite be enough, and that was just incredible team play. I said, in the flesh, you know, he's just kind of relying on his teammate to do his thing, but when they play together, you get insane play like that.
That was just beautiful. The follow-up, that was about a 5-second CC total. So it started off with a knockback from the Ashka's ultimate, then there was a root, and then there was a stun right on top of that with the time travel. That was so much CC. I mean, at this point, you just take your hands off your keyboard and you die.
I mean, I do that all the time, but it's not intentional. As the Searing flies into the back lines, it will be a bit of damage coming out of rank 1, looking for a way on in, but the shifting sands will preserve the life of his opponent. Oh, nice flame strike! This is an insane amount of damage onto Lord Bobby right off the bat.
Yeah, rank 1 right now is sticking onto Bobby. Just he wants some of that, and he's doing just that. Nice Petrify though, but will they be able to do anything off of it? It looks like they want to go for the orb. The time is going to be crucial. Rank 1's team though is going to grab that one, as the ultimate is already available for Ashka, and he wants to be finishing up that kill as soon as possible. And there it goes. It's going to connect. One more basic attack will finishing up, and now the easy 2 versus 1 for them at this point is just cleaning up.
The PMGG in the chat is Crunchy's teammates already called out and perhaps given up on will be the Firestorm bolts to finish off all the action, and that will be game 1, going dominantly in favour of Smokebreak. That was impressive.
Absolutely. Shape really had a great idea. The round they won, they played so well, were able to focus fire a single target, but getting to that scenario, having the right setup to be able to do that really takes a lot of coordination. It also needs your enemy to be sometimes making a few mistakes. So if your enemy doesn't do a single mistake, it's really hard to set those up. And it's exactly what we saw with Smokespring playing stellar after that one loss.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see more of these teams as we continue throughout the tournament, because just the cohesion that we saw from rank 1 and in the flesh, like I said, they're playing separate, they're playing differently, but when it comes down to it, they know where each other are, and they have that coordination. They're able to pop the time travel right off the back of that Infernal Scourge, which is still a play that's blowing my mind, because the mechanics of that, how do you call that out? How do you go ahead and say, alright, we're going to pop this ability right after that ability? It's insane. Regardless, though, we're going to be back with Game 2 of the tournament in just a few moments between Classified Esports and Cougar Hunt. Don't go anywhere, we have a lot more Pro RL coming your way. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Pro Rivalry League Battlerite $100 tournament. My name is TJ, my co-caster is of course Dex, and this is a good time, spontaneously, as you occasionally do. I feel the need to mention that if you'd like more PRL, you can go ahead and follow us on Twitter at Pro Rivalry, or if you'd like to hang out, maybe enter a few tournaments, hang out with all the brilliant staff, you can go to discord.gg/PRL. Just, spontaneously mention stuff like that, right?
Right. And you guys don't actually see it, but every time you call my name, oh, my co-caster is Dixon, I'm just waving at my screen. So I know it's irrelevant, but at least I'm saying hi as you're introducing me, so to speak. And we're talking earlier about, those ultimate combinations and you're getting the timing for that. And it really feels to me that the best combos are the ones that are unplanned, right? So sometimes you'll do, like, I don't know, a Petrify with Lucy on top of an Ashka combination or something. There's gonna be no communication going on whatsoever between the two of them, but just the sheer synergy, not even a word being spoken, and you see those brilliant combinations coming out, and those make for the best plays in my opinion.
Well, we are into the second game here, and we can already see two nice combos coming in with the Taya and Croak combo on one side, and of course that Shifu Sirius on the other side. And already, it's quite a serious match underway.
Yeah, and Taya having a hard time doing damage so far, getting countered left and right. She's going to go for the orb with the extract. It's going to connect and it's going to grab it, as now his Croak is stuck in a 1 versus 2 situation, taking a lot of damage in the backline. But there goes the whirlwind on top of the extract. It's not going to connect though, and Croak has to get out of there right now. And Sirius is following up. Nice stun into the wall, and lots of damage being applied. Double Venom, and the counter though is going to go with the emptiness. And the Venom is not going to proc because the counter actually got proc by the Taya, as Sirius is falling extremely low. Orb is now respawning. You want to get some of that, and it looks like it will be grabbed by the red teams this time around, but they're both so low. Counter once again goes to waste. Taya going in with the X to try and get some damage off. Just one more at this point is going to finish it up, but their material was available. Gonna dodge that X strike. Wants to finish it up. Counter goes to waste and gonna finish it off. with the space.
That was amazing play out of not some LG. He goes ahead, he's on the Shifu, and he's got no HP. Realistically, the round should have been over minutes ago, because they just lost the opening engagement. He did such a good job, though, at staying alive, getting a little bit of chip damage, and there's the Petrify, the ultimate following through, but he can't land anything, and the Imkazme comes through the wind bomb, and all that damage will rise. The Sunrise is available, and maybe we'll buy a little bit of time, but it won't last forever, and indeed, that will be point 1 going in favour of Classified Esports.
And that was a really unfortunate Astral Beam. The IOZ was good. He thought, you know, that he had the stealth on the left side. Unfortunately, not quite. The angle wasn't right. And the turn speed on Sirius's ultimate is so slow that if you don't start at the perfect spot and your enemy has any kind of movement ability, it's just going to go to waste. Yes, you're going to get some self-heal off, but really the whole point, you want to get some of that 100 damage, potential damage out, which wasn't quite there.
Well, hopefully, maybe, we'll be able to see this Shifu really get into the action this time. Last round, he really didn't get the chance to even do anything, and already he was almost petrified immediately off the back of a stun. He's being caught in a wind bomb now. The Fleetfoot does allow him to get away for a little bit, but he's already taken so much damage as he finally gets a little bit of damage into Lightning Dog. It will be the Tornado to go ahead and boost Lightning away. There, finally, is the close range damage, but the stun immediately off the back of the Sunrise from Kino, by contrast, isn't even enough to keep himself alive.
And they're doing a great job on sticking onto this Talia. Even after the Tornado was used, like you mentioned, they're still sticking onto her. And once that's down, she has not much else apart from her haste. And you saw just that, just getting focused really hard by the Shifu, but is getting fallen really low right now. Double Venom is going to connect. They have nothing to block it. It's gonna block on both. And Sirius now stuck in a hard place, and that's going to be it.
That could have easily gone either way. Lightning Dog was so very low. He was being chased down, he was being hunted down, and then Science Museum lands the double ultimate. It completely destroys both players over on Cougar Hunt. Absolute demolition, and that is the kind of play that changes the course of games.
Absolutely. That Venom win is such a hard ultimate to connect. Everything can dodge it, basically, and you really got to have stellar timing to be able to connect that properly, and he does that on 2 players at once? That's not something you see every day.
That was insane, and it will be Lightning Dog Science Museum now, of course, after that last round. Surely they feel they got a little bit lucky. Surely they know that some of that has to have been a misplay on their opponent's side, but no Science, he's very bold. He's already leaping in with the Toxic Mock and a lot of damage. Lightning needing to keep his opponents away from him, and so far doing a decent job. And there's the focus actually on the Lightning. I think they're angry about last round, because there's the focus indeed flying in, but it's not quite enough to do significant damage, and I do believe Lightning and Science are having a great time. There's the ulti available for Lightning, and he should be quite happy to use it.
Yeah, Lightning doing a great job with that orb control. That extract doing so much damage to be able to connect that every single time. I think they didn't lose one just because of that. Really under the round though, Croak took quite a bit of damage, but now Sirius is being the focus of choice, and he's gonna fall really quickly this time around. And what a quick round this time. The Whirlwind's gonna go out, but there's not much he's gonna do with that. As the extract's not quite gonna connect, but Shifu getting really, really low. Gonna grab some health orbs, but it won't be enough.
I mean, the Whirlwind made him look fabulous, so really what more can you ask? Fleetfoot will buy him a little bit more. Oh, he's a PM Venom. Overkill.
Overkill indeed.
3-0 in favour of Classified.
And looks like a one-sided match, but they still have a shot at coming this because we have, I think, an even matchup looking at the matchups right now. I even think played really well. I think the Sirius matchup should have a little bit of an advantage just because they have sustain, right? You don't have any sustain whatsoever coming out of the blue team side apart from those toxing out of Croak, and that's not much. That's about 8 health per right click, give or take. And it's not going to be enough, you know, to do a whole lot. So if they can play the neutral game, just stay back, do their cooldowns, reset, do their cooldowns, reset, I think they can still win this out.
Petrify's coming through. The Fleetfoot will preserve him through all of that, though. And now there's the wind bomb coming out. The X-Strike won't land thanks to the country right into the back lines. And there is the Impale ready. If not some LG can somehow land it, it will be a Javelin. No, but instantly answered back. He says no. He says, here's a wind strike. Get away from me. But here's the focus coming through the Petrify. Follow-up. That's huge. Double Petrify. And the kill instantly. Slide Lightning Dog. Now Science Museum in a 1-on-2. He basically did it before. Can he do it again?
Wow, I was literally pog-champing in real life right there as the focus was going out. He got focused down so quickly, I'm not even sure what happened right there, and he's unable to get out of that situation whatsoever. He didn't have any X abilities to try and get the Whirlwind really early, the Tornado rather, and that cost him a lot.
Yeah, he was really pinned in the corner, and I remember when the first screenshots of this map were coming out, people were saying, these corners are going to be awful. There's the ultimate double ulti! No, not quite. He almost got it, but he will only get the ulti onto one key now. Very low. The root will come inside the museum. Very low on HP in himself as it begins to crumble. There's the ulti coming through. This should be the game. Surely, actually, no. He manages to land orb. Maybe, just maybe, he can turn this around, but he needs to not proc that counter, which he does a very good job of. The Toxic Monk will miss, but there's the Petrify follow-up. That should be it.
Yeah, the Tendon Swing on top of the Lunar Strike is just such a potent CC combination attack. I think it's a 2.5 second cap on top of a 3-second Petrify. So you're effectively taking out a champion totally out of the fight for about 6 seconds. If they're able to do that, like in good fashion, in focus fire the other guy, I think they have a great shot of doing it again.
Yeah, to return kind of to the point I was making earlier, when the screenshots were first coming out, people were talking about the corners. They were going, this corner, it's absolutely useless. Why would anyone go in there? Well, the answer is if you get forced in there, if you get chased in there, especially as a champion like Tao with very little mobility, you're instantly screwed. There is very little you can do to get out of that corner.
Great defensive use of that stealth from Croak and reinitiating with it on top of that to deal quite a bit of damage onto Serious Fate early into the round. And it looks like they have a great round this time around, and they want to be able to grab that orb, and Dahlia's going to do just that once again with the X-Strike. Really, really easy for her to do that. And now they're just resetting back to neutral game, but Serious already taken down pretty low. They want to engage and try to get some damage off, and they're going to do just that. 2 versus 1 situation onto Dahlia, but there goes. The Tornado was available right on top of the wall. Lunar Strikes are going to go to waste as they're once again reset.
No, not some trying to find a way in, but he can't quite do it just yet. There it is, orb for the blue side, ultimate available. Oh, do we get the 2 for 1? No, only 1, and actually the Hastel Beam does come out at the same time, but Kino won't be able to get much forward. The Sunrise doesn't allow a teleport science museum doing decent damage, but definitely not deciding the fight.
Oh, and Serious right there using the Celestial Split in a really bad spot, and he's gonna get punished hard for it! And he almost taking down Shifu right there on top of his Serious friend, and that was a really, really bold move, and it cost him a lot, just because he had nothing available at that point, and he got stunned by that X-Strike, and the follow-up was just insane.
Kino does have the ultimate, and there it is, flying out, doing a little bit of microwave damage, but he will be pretty much shut down, and nobody will proc the Sunrise off to blink away. There's the ulti ready again, but once again, he's going to be stunned halfway through it, and just demolished. We're seeing great team play here in today's tournament.
And all the Astral Beams in the world couldn't have saved him there. It takes just so long to channel, and like, I don't know if it's just me, but I'm a Serious, and I'm playing versus another Serious, and like, we're both going to do a Astral Beam against each other, and I'm always going to lose somehow. I'm always just going to die before the other guy does, so I don't know. It feels like if you're not in the perfect spot to start channeling it, it's just going to go to waste.
Yeah, it's a very, very hard ulti to use 99% of the time. I feel like it's just a complete waste of EX charge, and then there's that 1 in 5 chance that it just completely changes the face of the battlefield.
Yep, and now oh, what the nice vortex on top of the X-Strike coming out of lightning right there, right on top of that Serious getting taken down extremely low really into the round. Counter is going to go to waste again on Shifu as he tries to re-engage, but nice vortex once again combination onto Shifu. Now both down to half HP. Lightning's doing God's work this round right now, and all the basic attacks pretty much are landing every single time. He's doing a great job with the poke and just keeping out of harm's range with those really, really long basic attacks coming out of her. And the orb is going to get grabbed now. Ultimate's going to be available, and it's going to go out from Taya as soon as possible. As the Astral Beam is coming out, though, she's going to get quite a bit of damage, but it won't be enough.
That should be game right here as the ultimate flies through. The kill will be confirmed. That's game in favour of Classified Esports as they demolish Cougar Hunt in 5-1 fashion.
And Cougar Hunt, I mean, it looked like they had a shot at one point. They were able. It really looked like the first match of the tournament, right? Because one of these rounds, they did so good that it seemed like their comp had the upper hand just because of how well they were able to execute that punish on top of Croak, was it, right? No, I think it was Taya, actually.
It was Taya.
Yeah, it was Taya, and only happening once. All they needed to do really was rinse and repeat that strategy, but it always comes down to the perfect synchronization, and sometimes a little mistake there and there from the blue teams. And, I mean, Classified Esports really playing stellar once again. It really looked like a mimic of the first round to me.
I mean, it's kind of interesting to see this combo work out so well. I called out. I said I don't like Croak. I don't like him in competitive play, and that's still true. But Science absolutely showed off how he could be a team player, how he can protect a very, very immobile DPS damage in the backlines. Lightning Dog cannot afford to be focused. We saw that. The one round that was a complete wipe in favour of Cougar Hunt was the round where they did manage to focus out Lightning Dog. And then Science Museum, there really wasn't much he could do about it.
Absolutely, and the combo, it seems to me that they actually got it off a few times, right? So Taya's going to go for the wind bomb. Croak's going to go with the deceit. He's going to cap one of them. He's going to wait for the extract to come in, and then they're going to do a double stun every single time. And that combo every time is almost 60 to 70 damage applied to the front line on top of Croak's toxin, the doubt, and whatnot. So if they stick together too close, they're just going to get destroyed by that wind bomb combo. And it's exactly what happened during the last round.
Well, either way, we're going to be back with the next match in this tournament in just a few moments. Before we go, though, don't forget we are giving away one Battlerite Steam key in the chat right before the finals. Be sure to go ahead and enter that giveaway with the command !raffle in the chat. Don't go anywhere, we got a lot more Battlerite coming your way. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the $100 PRL tournament. We are about halfway through our tournament today, and we've reached NI Plebs. These are some good players, wouldn't you agree, Dax?
We're looking at some of the best players right now in the Battlerite ladder, pretty much. It's still pretty early into the game, but still, being a top 20, top 30 player really means a lot at this point. Because it feels to me like the game has been out for such a short time for these players to master the game this quickly. Well, master the game is maybe putting it a little bit big, but I don't want to sell these players short. You're excellent.
Yeah, of course, Finlev and Arbs are both Bloodline Champions players, I believe, so they do have that kind of leg up from knowing the previous game. But of course, my name is TJ, my co-caster is Dex, and we are right into this game between NA Plebs, and this is League, right? If you're on the Twitch chat and you'd like to enter our giveaway for the Battlerite Steam key, once again the command is !raffle, but you only have to write it once. That's like my subtle way of saying stop spamming it. Do you think it'll work? I
mean, we're talking about Twitch chat here, so everything goes, I think.
Fair enough. We will be drawing that right before the grand finals, of course. But first, we have this match, and Finlev and Orbs running a Bako Lucy combo. I believe I saw these guys doing this earlier today. I was watching a VOD and I saw this, and this is devastating.
It is actually a really great combo. We actually had a conversation with a good player earlier regarding this, and we were arguing the point is Bako's still top tier after the last patch, and we had this big argument because I was thinking not, and he was thinking yes, and like, I don't know, it's hard to figure out, but we'll see Arbs and Finlev right here showing off why this is still a really potent combo right off the bat, doing lots of damage onto the front line. Algae already down to half HP and barely losing any on NA Pleb's side, and another panic is gonna connect right as the rush was being used. Orb is respawning and Finlev's gonna body block that, but oh, the clarity potion is gonna push it out of harm's way, and I think it was a little bit misplay right there by Arbs, actually giving it out to This League, right?
Yeah, it'll be Orbs trying to provide the support necessary, but he's not able to do so just yet. Finlev, here he is. He needs to go in now. He needs to save Orbs because Orbs is taking a lot of damage, but that's a great shield punch to do exactly that. And now the Warhammer is swinging, and he's doing a lot of close range damage. The Bloodhammer will follow, but the Valiant leap all the way into the backline. There is a lot of damage coming out of the Bulwark. It's all the damage, all the melee possible.
Wow.
That's a stun off the back of it. Look at how low both these players are.
That Herrick charge was brilliant. He got the main target, and actually the second proc of the damage actually landing on both players, allowing them to finish off this round in a really quick fashion.
That was truly amazing. Finlev absolutely dominating that round, and I believe that's why people really look up to him as one of the best players in the game. Do you think that's why, or is that just me?
There's a lot of reasons. I mean, these guys are actually really cool too. I don't know if you ever tried to talk to them, but most of the top players in the Battlerite community right now are so friendly. They're going to talk with you. They're going to walk you through their abilities and their mindset and their decision making. They're going to watch VODs with you. So just go out and reach out to them if you want to have a private session or stuff like that. I mean, most of them are extremely
go ahead and
friendly.
reach out to Finlev, please do DM him on Twitter. Be sure to tell him that Dex sent him. So all 150 people in the chat right now, please do go to Finlev's Twitter and DM him or tweet at him and say that Dex sent you, please.
I wouldn't go as far as 150 players at once, but you do get the idea. Oh, nice root right there on top of Arbs. Gonna take a little bit of damage, but the bear was there to mitigate most of that, as now Finlev going for hard on that rook. It's gonna get petrified in the backline though, and now Lucy's gonna have to be careful, but she will be able to panic rook right on the backline as the DI is gonna connect, and lots of damage being applied really early once again. They're doing such a good job at focusing this Ulger down, and Rook staying in the back, just waiting for his cooldowns, and by the time his cooldowns are back up, his teammate's dead.
There's the ultimate coming through. Finlev demolishing his opponent. Absolutely fantastic. And iPleb's now up 2-0 in the map score.
So amazingly awesome at this.
It seems to be like this is going to be an extremely hard game to come back from for This League, right? Really, they have a decent combination to do it, but they're going to have to play their champions really top level if they want to have any chance of taking this match away.
Yep, Ricochet, I'm not going to lie, they're in a pretty bad place. They need to, with a Rook Ultra combo, they need to somehow keep this Rook in the front line and just keep him from not overextending like that, because he's all the way out here, he's been panicked out, and now they're separated. This is what I'm talking about. They're split up, and the focus from Finlev and Orbs can go into either one, and it should be dominant either way.
Yeah, they have any plebs on Finlev's side. They have really good map positioning. That's something that sometimes people really oversee, or like in this game. But it's so important. Good formation, especially in trees. 2 is a little bit less, but still having center control, staying close enough for your teammate to be able to heal and whatnot. And they're doing a great job of doing just that. And now they're looking to finish off this round onto this really poor Rook in a 1 versus 2 situation. It's gonna get the stun, but still.
He's not. Dax, he's not poor, he's middle class.
Right, sorry. I didn't mean poor in the money-wise, more in the...
I was going to say, how do you know? We are currently sitting at 3-0 in favour of the blue side. The LA Plebs continue to demolish their opponents, and let's take a moment, if you can, Dex, to go and look over their Battlerite choices, because we've talked many times about how good these players are, so it's definitely kind of interesting.
Yeah, and really the Battlerite that stand out to me right now are the oldest one. He's running with a really peculiar build that we don't usually see. Going with the AoE on Sense of Time, going with the reduced healing as well. It's going to mitigate some of that healing from Lucy, but I don't. I think the root really on Quicksand is a better choice regarding the first Battlerite for Ultra, but really comes down to preference. I'm not going to go too far onto that as this match is now underway for the 4th round, and they're looking to lock it down right now as the Warp is not responding in the backline. Counter is not going to proc, and nice timing on the Panic Flask, and the follow-up from Baco onto Rookie. He's going to get focused down. There goes the end cap. Another counter is going to go to waste. Or no, not quite canceling that DI in time, but still, it's not going to be that much of a blunder considering the fact that he's almost sitting at full health.
And that will be a very, very low HP Ricochet in the back lines, and he's going to make the right call and back off. He's like, I've had quite enough of this. Can we be friends? Have you ever considered pacifism? I think I'd like to peacefully resolve this, but no, he will be charged right through. 4-0, match point now for NA Plebs.
And fortunately, Herrick charge, Baco's ultimate, not an ability that you can counter, unfortunately. It was a good try, good effort, but not quite enough.
Will be now our final Battlerite's coming in for both sides, and I hope that it'll be interesting to go ahead and see how these two teams will continue, because I really want to see what happens as NA Plebs continues to play in the tournament, because right now we're seeing them, right, they're dominating, but there are so many other teams that are dominating too, so we don't quite know how they're going to match up against said teams. It should be really interesting as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, right now it feels to me that there's about 4 or 5 teams that are playing on a really competitive level, which makes this tournament really interesting when you come out to like quarters and semis and up, because most of the matches are going to be extremely evenly matched at that point. So it's normal that for the earlier stages of the tournament, some of the lower seeds are going to have a hard time and whatnot, but that's just normal, right? And it's a great practice for them to play against these top players, and after that they can rewatch the VODs and really analyze what they did wrong in these matches, as once again, NA Plebs completely dominating this round again, and Rook's taking down really low, and they're looking to finishing up really quick.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time, in a lot of different kind of amateur esports, you see these kind of mid-tier, low-tier teams going, I don't want to play against the best. And that is a really kind of... Yeah, you need to go, it's alright, we just got demolished by FinLev and Arbs, but that's fine, because next week we're going to come back and we're going to have learned from this. And sure, maybe we're still not good enough, maybe we'll be dominated by FinLev and Arbs yet again, but you keep throwing things at the brick wall until you find the bowling ball that breaks it.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, I'm comparing it to like StarCraft. Most of the StarCraft players, when they're going to lose a match, they're actually going to rewatch the replay and analyze what their opponent's better than them and what they did wrong. And it's a great way to improve, and not nearly enough players do that. To me, it feels like it's one of the best ways to figure out your mistakes and improve on them. And Battlerite is an excellent game for that, because every single game you play, there's a VOD available for you to watch. And when you play against these top players, you can really analyze, okay, what they did to be able to crush us in such a fashion. And like you mentioned, just come back next week stronger.
And speaking of analysis, now is a great time. Watch this is going to be smooth. To mention elotalk.com. elotalk.com is the website that does provide quality analysis and commentary on a lot of esports, and specifically the PRL tournaments. So I would absolutely suggest dropping on over there, maybe opening it in another tab, because we're going to be right back after this very quick break to get ready into our next game between Keysiders and Fields Batman.
Lingers after 5. feel I'm done, and I am cursed by every day till my time is gone. I've never felt this way before, and now I know this all for sure. I won't forget your last betray. I'll never forget this day. I'll never forget this day.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PRL $100 2v2 Battlerite tournament. My name is hopefully still TJ, and my co-caster is hopefully still Dax. Can
Hasn't
you
changed.
confirm?
Yeah,
Alright,
still here.
well, we're right into a match between Keysiders and Feels Bad Man. Keysiders made up of Huey and Dusader, and Feels Bad Man made up of Mosh and Tahertz.
And my heart is warmed up by this sight right here. Finally, we have a Jumong. The first time we get to cast that. Jumong being released in the last patch, and I think right now it's one of the strongest 1v1 champions in the game. I'm really excited to see Mosh going out with this Jumong right here.
We'll see Mosh, hopefully, putting on a show for us today, because Jumong, I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of sick of seeing him in standard and ranked queue. I've seen a lot of Jumong. I'm not really comfortable with the amount of Jumong I have seen, because it's been terrifying.
Yeah, it's
they
really
always seem
terrifying,
to
and
destroy me.
And not only is the champion terrifying, but Mosh actually has a 70% win rate with 270 wins to almost 130 losses on the Jumong. That's absolutely amazing. And we're looking at really some top play right now coming out right here as the orb is coming out of the way. It's going to take a little bit of damage right early into this round, but still a good neutral game coming out of them. And you see Mosh doing a good job using that recast on the Black Arrow to get some damage onto the backline. And really, he actually didn't go for the Toxic on the Black Arrow, which is really surprising.
Will be Kiwi trying to fall off, but he's going to be able to disengage thanks to the very aggressive Shifu play. The Kyunju will be triggered, and there's the backline dive. Maybe coming in, the time travel will be mostly wasted. It does, of course, escape, and there's the Dragon Slayer. Huge damage! The stun follow-up will proc the Kyunju, and the backline damage is now truly coming in. There's the Whirlwind ult with the material. The Proud saves most of it. The time travel follows up, though. There's the stun off the back of it. Maybe, no! It won't be enough. And the kill will be in favour of the blue side.
And a lot of stuff happened in a really short span right there. So Whirlwind came out, he took a lot of damage, he was able to mitigate most of that using the material, but then the older ultimate came out on top of that to just try and get into harm's way, but it wasn't quite enough as they're finishing up this round. And what a combination attack right there coming out of Dusader and Kiwi.
That was impressively synced. Like, you talk about a lot of these twos teams, and I've heard a fair number of top players in Battlerite voice the opinion that you don't need comms in twos, right?
Right.
I can say without a doubt that a coordinated twos team like Kiwi and Dusader just did, they're miles ahead of any other twos team that you see. They're always fascinating.
I think we have an extremely good match right here before our eyes, as both these teams are really evenly matched, and we have a really good showcase of that just right here as we now go back into the round 2. And Feels Bad Man is looking to take their first run into this match, and really would be good for them to get some of that momentum going. Nice route is going to connect, but he's going to use the Spirit Slash to get out of the harm's way. Still getting fallen really low as the orb is respawning. A nice body block from Shifu on top of that Ultra's X ability to block some of those projectiles away. It will allow them to get the ultimate that much more early, and there goes the stun, but it's going to get dodged by the counter time travel, and now the arrow's going to come out. So much damage up to Shifu, almost falling this time around, and great job by Feels Bad Man to combo that off the older ultimate. That was brilliant.
That was insane, but the heals came through, and it will be Dusader able to keep himself alive. The arrows will rain from the sky temporarily, but the damage is still coming through. Nice use of Chrono Flux, that secures a 1v1, and there's the Conju into the backline's time better, reading a lot of the damage of the Petrify. The Stone Glass does come through, meaning they have a 1v1 guaranteed against either of these players. There's the Whirlwind coming through the Prowl, lead it, and the Incapacitate follow-up is good. Conju won't be procced, and now a very low HP Dusader will barely escape, or will not be going to the red side. Nice use of Chrono Flux to secure that.
Yeah, the Chrono Flux actually reflecting Jumong's right leg right there as a big arrow. And that's a damage. That's a really, really troll ability to me. Nice stun. We're going to see the follow-up right here. Will they be able to follow it? There goes the root on top of that, but he's going to dodge the shifting stance. And that's going to be the end of that as Shifu. Nice incap. It looks like they might be able to kill Jumong right here. It doesn't have much to escape. They're going to try to get the orb first, which they will do just that. And now trying to reinitiate on top of Jumong. Seeker's Mic though is there. And there goes the follow-up. They're going to combo that up really nicely. And it looks like Feels Bad Man will take their first round. Ultra Ultimate though is going to get connected. And there goes the stun to finish it off.
Dusider and Kiwi did a really good job of keeping Dusider alive there. Even after he took so much damage in that opening engagement, he didn't have much HP left, but they were able to full back heal up and then use some really sneaky kind of hit and run type tactics coupled with really nice incapacitates and stuns. It was good while it lasted. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to make up for the initial damage they took, and as a result, we will see the scoreline tied up 1-1 for both sides.
And back in the day, Ashka used to be like the single highest mobility champion, but now that Jumong came out, Jumong, it feels to me like he has a little bit more than Ashka, just because he can recast that Black Arrow twice when he's got the fully charged weapon, and that's so much mobility for him. He's able to dodge most of the offensive abilities coming out of key satyrs just because of that. As you see here, using the material and immaterial versus immaterial, it's a really, really funny way of who times it first, and usually the one that times it last is going to have the upper hand. So it's there's so much mind games in these matchups. It's really interesting to see.
And will be the quicksand used to go ahead and guarantee orb, and now there's the close range. Oh, the root comes through, that could be huge. There's a very focused out Shifu, if they can somehow manage to not proc the Kunju, which they do, and they follow up with a lot of damage. Chrono Flux secures the kill, and it will go through. Mosh will be quite happily able to go up in this 1 versus 2. Ultimate is available now for Kiwi. If he can somehow find a good way to use it, maybe it can turn the tides.
And impeccable timing on that quicksand from Tahertz right there, right as the Shifu came out of that immaterial, and they're able to focus him down extremely quickly. They are comboing off that route, and now they're looking to finish the job onto, there goes the Seeker's Mark. He had the ultimate available, he will connect the stun. It's gonna do some good damage onto Jumong, but it's not gonna be enough, and gonna get sustained back up as the orb is respawning. That orb should be secured, yep, there it is, and now it's the opposite competition, and the stun's gonna connect, and Mosh with one last arrow to finish it off.
That was possible, but of course it was cleaned up. Feels Batman taking the come from behind the lead now as they went down in the first round, now cleaning up 2-1. Maybe this is enough to come through. Maybe Jumong, he's not just dominant in my standard matches.
Right, and he's so dominant, like you mentioned, just because of that extra mobility we were talking about earlier, and he's showcasing that extremely well right now.
Yeah, I mean, I joke because Jumong is an effective pub stomper. You go ahead, you play him in a pub, and the odds are you'll be able to keep yourself alive and do ridiculous amounts of damage onto the other side. But in a more competitive match, you can see the top level Jumongs really do have incredible mechanical understanding.
Yep, and it really comes down to those mind games we were talking about earlier. Who's going to cast what first? And you saw Shifu right there doing the counter, expecting him to get fired at, but they're going to move their mouse away, and now that the counter is down, they're able to, you know, reset back to neutral, secure that orb once again, wait for their cooldowns, and just reinitiate. It's just a rinse and repeat game of cooldown usage, and just once again another counter going out the waste, and the Black Arrow is going to connect, and that's a lot of damage being applied. And Mosh is doing a great job with these timings, and now just Root's going to connect on top of him though, and there goes the counter, but he will get the material right out of that one as Shifu is getting taken really low. The time travel is going to be used onto him, and he's going to get that stun, and the follow-up is going to be there. Lots of damage being applied onto this Ultra right now, and the counter once again going out the waste. Material is gone, so he has nothing at this point, and the ultimate will push him all the way back down, really low. Wants to get some sustain, but really 50% health versus 80 at this point.
The arrows raining from the sky will be Tahertz and Ko looking for a way to get this final bit of chip damage in. The Kunju won't be procced, so it's now just a full back, and the orb will be going for the red side. Feels Batman suddenly feeling quite good because they have secured orb and they do have the LT advantage. If the time travel is triggered at the right time, it could actually feed right into the Dragon, the Slayer, but it won't be happening, and instead there's the Whirlwind time travel used to escape it. The Whirlwind will do a lot of damage. There is the Dragon Slayer though, obliterating that Shifu. Very low HP Kiwi suddenly in a 1-on-2.
What the hell was that? So Whirlwind, as the Whirlwind came out, he got ulted by Olger, and as he procced his ultimate, the Dragon Slayer arrow from Jumong came out. So 3 ultimates back to back, but red team, on the red team side, Feels Badman having the upper hand using that combination. Mosh finishing off that kill with the big 60 damage ultimate.
We are a great team.
will be a 3-1 now in favour of Feels Batman. And to be honest, we've been saying their name wrong the whole time. Have you noticed this?
What's that?
We've been saying their name wrong the whole time. Their name, at
Come.
least according to our doc, is Feels Batman Gun Emote.
Oh. Oh, so like the Pepe with the gun pointing in his face, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what it's
Okay,
supposed to be.
just making sure right there.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, Feels Batman still an appropriate name for them, I think.
I think they're feeling pretty good now. I think they might want to
Right.
reconsider that team name as they continue to demolish their opponent.
And right back into the action, into round 4. Slow-paced, neutral game to start things off. The map control is in favor of Feels Batman so far, as they have really, really good center control of this map. Blue team being pushed back on the left side. The orb's going to spawn really, really soon. There it is, and Ulger is going to try to get some of that damage. He's actually going to use that time shift to try and mitigate some of that damage, and they will be able to finish the orb off. Now, already almost ultimate available for Talhertz. This time around, the counter is going to go on, but the material to counter that, and there goes the in-cap combo. The Black Arrow is going to be used as well, but he didn't have 3 weapon charges, so could have been dangerous there, but still, Deuceator not quite able to capitalize on that. And the 1 versus 1 on the other side looks like the red team having really the upper hand in that 1 versus 1 Ulger fight, and another orb's going to fall in their favor. Now, Time Travel and the Dragon Slayer Arrow are available for both of them, just looking for the perfect timing at this point to try and pull that off. And there it goes. Time Travel is going to go in. The stun connects. The other turtle pit is charged, but it's gets
Oh! The Chrono Flux! The Chrono Flux! It reflects the Dragon Slayer ultimate immediately right back into Mosh. He eats his own ultimate, he takes incredible damage, now all of a sudden they're behind in this matchup as the damage continues to come in out of Deuceator, and he's absolutely roasting his opposition.
And hello Reddit, this is going to be clipped as we have such a play in a tournament setup, and it turned completely the tides of this match, and Jumok is going to focus down right now. Gonna have to be careful on the backline. Whirlwind's going to come out, but it's really far. He's not going to be able to finish the things up, and now Shifu is going to, no, he's going to survive with 1 HP, and Jumok's going to fall as well. The counter's going to go in, and now they're looking to finish things off as yet another X is going to come in, but Shifu will fall to the sands of time. Unfortunately, now the 2 Ulgers are going to duke it out. Wow.
Older versus older. Time code versus time code. There's the first orb already gone. Chrono Flux wasted on the point. It will be a bit of damage coming out from Kiwi, looking to go ahead and tip onto towers. There's the sudden death. The arena will begin shrinking now, and there's the quicksand. Decent amount of damage rate following it up. The shifting sands do allow some HP heals for Kiwi. He has his ulti available if he triggers it at the right time. No, he'll opt for that Chrono Flux, playing through it, doing a bit of damage. Quicksand coming through. There's the root. There's the damage. This could be him in control, and it definitely appears to be his ulti is yet again available. There's the quicksand down, grabbing. That's ulti for both sides. Chrono Flux, if it's wanted, close range damage. Tahir's popping his time travel. There's the stun coming through. Lot of damage. Quicksand follow up. Will not quite get the kill of their post. So very low. Finally, it does go to Kiwi, and he buys their team yet another round. 2 now in their favor.
Wow, Chrono Bolt to finish things off in that really intense 1 versus 1. Nice use of geometry on Tahir's side, dodging that Chrono Flux to get the orb, able to get that for himself, but it wasn't quite enough, and gets picked up by the X1, the Chrono Bolt, to proc that sense of time damage. Really well played by both sides on that round.
Feels Batman might be feeling a bit worse, because immediately after, of course, that Dragon Slayer ultimate was reflected right back into their team. They're suddenly very, very close in terms of score. Only 1 point in their favour. They are still, of course, in the lead, so they're going to be looking for a way somehow to grab this orb. There it goes. Nice snipe with the steady shots from Mosh. He's going to continue following up with the damage. There is the close range Fleetfoot. Nogue and the conjugate follow-up will allow a very, very aggressive Shifu to continue just chipping away.
And they're looking to reinitiate right now, but the available with the other side was available rather, sorry about that. And they're actually going to try and reset back to neutral game once again, but they're so low right now that they have to try and commit to something. They need to get a kill as soon as possible. Nice X to try and grab the orb out of that quicksand, but it wasn't far enough, unfortunately, and it's going to fall into favor of the red team once again, as the ultimate actually went into waste right there.
I think that was an intentional use of the ultimate to go ahead and 100% say, if you grab the orb, then that's an easy kill.
Right.
Of course, automatically, if the orb's grabbed by the other side, or sorry, if the orb's not grabbed, they do get the orb. So it's a win-win, and a nice time. There's the time travel coming out though, and oh, it'll be answered by yet another time travel. There's the stun in the backline, quicksand pull up, lots of damage, time better, buying a little bit of time, but only so much. That should be surely the kill coming in. Indeed, Kiwi will fall to Satyr now in a very, very desperate situation.
And just trading CCs at this point, Root on top of the Incap, on top of it. Just everything is going out at this point, and Shifu having a really, really hard time versus this double range composition and gets taken out. And now they have 3 rounds to take back if they want to take this game. And at this point, it's still not best of 3. It's just single one, no elimination bracket. So it's pretty much tournament point for Key Satyrs.
I'm blown away because this is one of the closest matches we've seen so far. Definitely one of the most exciting. Satyr and Kiwi, though, they need, like we said, to win this round. This is it. This is their entire tournament dreams. This is the whole reason they signed up that $100 prize pool. It all comes down to this. If they can somehow just buy their team one more round and then another, grind out what they need, but the counter's not going to be procced. Instead, the chip damage is still continuing to go in the direction of Feels Bad Man, and they do have point control, locking down that orb.
Yeah, once again, their positioning absolutely stellar. Nice time bender to block that impale right there. And the Root is going to kick on both of them, but there goes the Petrify to cancel some of that damage, and now they have free roam to try and get some of that damage onto the Ultra. Jumong will take some damage, though, from Shifu, and there goes the first time travel, and the second one as well, and neither of them will land on anyone, as the shifting chance was used to get out of that one. And the orb being contested will get picked up by Feelsband Mando, and another ultimate is available for Jumong, so he's just waiting once again for that timing to go off. It's gonna get rooted though, has to be careful. There goes the Black Arrow to get out of harm's way, and it really, really even round so far still. Feelsband Man has a little bit of the upper hand in terms of HP, and Shifu's gonna go in, gonna get that tendon swing for the Incap, and nice follow-up, but there goes the out to push him out. It's gonna connect, gonna get that 30 damage, but will it be enough? As the orb is once again respawning, gonna try to get that once again, really hard contest, but Key Satyrs finally grabbing their first one of the round, and now they're looking to finish things off. There goes the Whirlwind. It's gonna do lots of damage into the Ultra, but it's gonna get cancelled away halfway through, and now they're looking to finish off Ultra in the backline. It's gonna space away, so still has a chance of sustaining back some of that damage, but still, it looks like Feelsbandman has the upper hand right now. Nice route right after the counter was used to get some of that damage, or will get stole by Key Satyrs again, but I don't think it's enough at this point. But there goes the counter into the Whirlwind, and the time that was used, Star is taking tons of damage. The Petrify connects and almost falling to that ultimate, and now Shifu wants to reinitiate, just keeping and sticking on those targets. Getting taken really low, but there goes the time travel to take him out of harm's way, and it's gonna connect the stun, and there goes the follow-up right into the space. Nice job to finish things off. The ultimate combination on point.
That was the time travel, and the second he started the time travel, he knew exactly where he had to be aiming, and he shut down the stun player. That will be the game in favour in a very, very close round of Feels Bad Man. They're going to advance, and unfortunately for Key Satyrs, they're going all the way home.
What a match, and what a what a chrono flux to reflect the fully charged Dragon Slayer arrow. That was the play of the tournament.
Shot of that in the Twitch chat.
I hope so.
And I'm gonna just quietly watch that.
I do want to
feel good
watch
about
that.
myself. Yeah. All right. Well, unfortunately, I believe Dax, that's it for you.
All right.
Anyway,
Well, what's fun casting with you,
Go
TJ?
back into the cupboard.
Pleasure.
Go. Back.
All right.
Of course, that's not the end of tonight's PRL tournament. We will still be continuing advancing to our final match of the group stage, and then, of course, the 2 semi-finals and the grand final in just a few moments. If you have just joined us, of course, make sure that you've gone ahead and entered the raffle with exclamation point raffle. That is the command necessary to enter yourself to win a free Steam code for Battlerite. If you have any friends who want to get into the game, you can go and give them that during this time. Also, during the break, feel free to check out elotalk.com, who do great analysis and breakdowns of all our PRL tournaments. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Because I never knew it was my imagination. I never wanted to say what I said, I just wanted an explanation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the $100 PRL 2v2 tournament. It's the fourth one, and we are advancing closer and closer to the grand finals. We are now into our final group stage match between Praise the Sun and SM Orc Logic Gaming. And I have a very, very special thing now, because it's still me. I'm sorry, Twitch chat, but now I have a Shadow Fury joining me. And I don't really know what a Shadow Fury is, but he has a nice voice and he's kind of nice, so I keep him around.
Hello, Battlerite fans, and welcome back to this PRL $100 tournament. And I should take advantage of my time here to remind people that if you want to be joining this tournament, you can sign up at our website at play.prorl.com. That is play.prorl.com. That is where all the tournament signups happen. You'll be able to start signing up pretty soon, and don't feel intimidated. There are good players here, but the only way to learn is to play better players.
You should have just done it. You were just right there with the whole spiel. I'm impressed. But, Shadow, I feel like, what if I wanted to follow PRL on Twitter?
Then you could go to @ProRivalry. That's @ProRivalry, capital P, capital R, the second R.
Wow.
That
He's got
will
all
get
the
you
answers.
That will get you the Twitter. Discord is discord.gg/PRL. And, of course, we're also sponsored by EloTalk. Or we're partnered with EloTalk, rather, at elotalk.com. And that...
But we are into the game right now between Sketch, Outcast, over on the left-hand side, Praise the Sun, by contrast, Physics and Coral over on SM Orc Logic Gaming, already leaping in. Look at that aggressive Rook Barco play as the melee one-bow combo, and they're tearing apart the front line so far. Yeah,
Coyote's got to be really careful. Engaging like that with a Rook is a very unsafe thing to do. That is being handled, though, thankfully. Physicals was on point, getting all of the blue team off there, but still, that was a risky move by Coyote. It's paid off so far, but honestly, it was not worth doing. But at this early in the stage in the game, I think it's worth it. It's worth trying. See what happens.
Look at this wombo combo, just the melee's insane, but there's the ultimate. There is the Astral Beam flying out, absolutely roasting two members alive. There is the Petrify, one stun will come through, the rush will come through for the second. That's a lot of close range damage. The boulder follow-up is good, and there's the Baka unable to secure that orb. There's the stun coming through to break the Kunju counter available on that Shifu, who's going to try and harpoon away, but the damage is still just flying through. The stuns are just rolling. Stun after stun, incapacitate after incapacitate, and it's absolutely working out for the red side so far as their melee tag team continues to demolish. Shifu's down. Sirius can't be far behind as he's got some serious HP issues.
Well, there goes my previous comment. I mean, sure, they risked it, but wow, they risked it and it paid off. I mean, seriously, that was some good gambling there. So, Coyote, I mean, obviously, we're talking about back one Rook, so we got to be talking aggressive. Like, that's how they're going to play. It does seem like the game plan is Coyote rushes in, deals a lot of damage, Physicals bails them out of there with a shield dash. We'll see if that continues. That seems to be the way they're going, and I do see the value in that, especially given that we do have stun on shield dash. Though, it turned out that the Battlerite tooltip is actually miswritten. It still has the incapacitate help text at the bottom. But yes, we will be seeing some shield dash stuns now at this point. Speaking of stuns, that is a nice stun coming in there from Physicals. And double 1v1.
There's the rush coming in, but the stun won't land. The crushing blow not connecting, and instead it's a valiant leap to do so. But look at this yet again. Sketch, double incapacitate Petrify combo does allow them to get orb, but Sketch was alone there. And this is the kind of situation they need to avoid, where they can get separated like this, as the rush, the stuns will come through, and whoever gets isolated will just be demolished. The smack goes through for a nice incapacitated Outcast is suddenly very, very low.
Ow, I don't know. Physical's getting so low. They're already dead. There goes Physical down. Coyote has no one to save them in any bad situations that will come up. And at this point, 2v1 for Coyote. Coyote has the health advantage. They do have the ultimate. Firing off the ultimate. Earthquake not managing to do a huge amount of damage. Getting some, but Outcast should be able to heal that. Although Outcast getting focused down to avoid that healing. And the Astral Beam to try to save it. Honestly, that Astral Beam, not as impressive as I would have hoped, but it still forced Coyote out of there, forced Coyote to use an escape move, and that is going to put Coyote in a very uncomfortable position. Nice roll in that, get through that counter. Coyote's Berserk not managing to save the day, and that is 1-1 between these two teams.
Pass the trials.
Nice attempt there, and I'm still blown away by the audacity of running such an off-meta team comp over there on SM Orc Logic Gaming. I suppose their name kind of hints towards it, but that's the two melee champions side by side just going and just hammering away. It's a little bit bizarre.
It's definitely a very warg style going on there. But it's
Can we get that sound again?
Seems to be working. I mean, it's doing a good job. It's just a matter of making sure that they get nice focus going on, as they are right now. Sketch getting focused down, but at this point, the red team getting split. Sketch managing to get a few good hits in, getting a nice Kunju in there. That was awesome. And with the tendon swing to almost open up the center. Didn't quite get the timing down, but it almost worked.
The Incapacitate did go through the stun, will follow up. There is the Blood Axe going through, but these War Axes, they're not connecting nearly enough, and he's just being chained back. That Bucko is suddenly so very low on HP. Corey trying to go ahead and chip away, but he's going to be incapacitated, and there's the double Petrify. That's huge. They can focus at the low HP champion, and that's exactly what they're doing. The bulwark does result in the stun, though. That'll be a Sunrise counter to go and get behind the stun. Still lands off the back of a shield bash, but it will come through, and now it's all 1 against 2. And there's the microwave ultimate coming through. The counter won't be triggered. Instead, he's almost going to be petrified. There's the ultimate coming out. That could still be huge if he can land it. And so far, he's just being juggled. The rush, the 360 rush, will be answered by a 360 blade spin for the kill.
I mean, clearly, we see already that Praise the Sun knows what to do. They know that they need to get rid of that Baco, make sure that there's nothing that Coyote... I mean, Coyote still has options, obviously. Rook still has options. But, man, physicals not being able to save the day and just getting focused down, forced out of position, that is not working out. And, boy, those beautiful incapacitates and petrifies. I mean, the tendon swing, double tendon swings happened twice so far. That is knowing your ranges. That is knowing your hitboxes. And Sketch is on point with that stuff.
Well, it is, of course, working in their favour so far, as they are in the lead, and they're willing to dash for the stun. Maybe out of Curry, but he cannot land the follow-up. There's another stun, but you're seeing this are splitting up. The one-bar combo, the tag team melee, only works if they focus, they stun, they incapacitate the same target, and as is, they're getting separated. Finally, Sketch will be the temporary target, or will go to the red side. Maybe they can make this work.
Now, I've got to say, those counters coming out there for Blue Team in general, that has been the most useful thing here, because both of them have teleport counters. And nice missing on the bulwark. That is one thing that's been pointing out. I wanted to point out, Physicals has been bulwarking very effectively. Sketch has been swinging into that, but Sketch seems to be getting wise to that, and it is working out. So now we have 2v1 and a full health Outcast coming in for that 2v1. The weakened Kyrie as well. And the Petrify to get the center orb. The Petrify just about to run down. And Tendon Swing on top of that, just a setup. Everything's been a matter of setup here. And the Whirlwind to finish this up. Kyrie without enough, well, not for a smack. That does save them. And a nice Berserk, too. Getting that triggered will help Kyrie, but still pushing down the health. That's the difficult challenge here.
There's the ulti flying out. It will be the smash. It will be the Asimork, but it's not quite enough. The double stun, actually, that's kind of impressive. Corey trying to grab that orb. He will be able to do so. That, of course, keeps him alive for a moment longer. There's the E to follow it up. Close range, invulnerable proc. This could be huge if he can guarantee the kill, which he might very well be able to, as the counter country will be procced in return. There's the stun. Yet again, the damage will come through. Corey's managed to secure one kill, but he's got a full HP opponent here with the Ace Beam ultimate. Ready, this cannot last long. The stun, though, that comes through, followed by yet another stun. The counter won't be procced, though, and that will be the end of days. And Sirius has a very serious message to give his opposition. Now, 3-1 in favour of Praise the Sun.
I gotta say, Coyote, their only chance there really was proccing on a reaction, like getting that Berserk on reaction so that the minute, or the frame basically, that Outcast starts swinging out a Celestial Strike, Berserk goes off and gets triggered. Because that's the hard part about trying to trigger counters against melee, is that when you're in a 1v1 against players who are paying very close attention, they are not going to fire unless you are not countering. And you've got to basically call them on it in the middle of their swing, which we did not see happen, sadly. And Coyote once again rushing in, doing the gamble, and once again, Physical's coming in to try to save the day. But those bulwarks are becoming less and less effective as Blue Team gets more and more wise to them.
There's the stun coming through. Nice smack follow-up. Kari doing a great 1v2 now as he's got an ally here, but they're both being incapacitated by a great tendon smash. And that will be the rush following in. Outcast now the primary target, but the damage will still be trying to connect. Sketch and Outcast, they're doing a great job juggling these two melees and just kiting them to death.
That, another smack coming in there, another smack keeping the Blue Team from focusing, and at this point, Red Team with a massive health advantage. Well, it seems massive at least. It's certainly gotten weakened down a little bit, so Blue Team still has a way in this game, but the armor breaks on top, but the Astral Beam coming in on top of that, that's double ultimate combo, stopping Coyote from doing any work. Nice bulwark there, allowing for the heroic
That's
charge.
a lot of damage. That's maybe the potential to go and grab this Sheepo. There's the Valiant League to do so, but no, he will crumble it now. Match point in favour of Praise the Sun. I think they're praising the Sun.
Yeah, they indeed are the Sun Bros. They are working very well in jolly cooperation.
They're both gold, just like the medal they're trying to win.
Yep, and they're both gold, just like the medal they're representing. So we are going to be seeing if they can close this out without losing another round, because Coyote not going, canceling out the rush, baiting the rush, trying to looks like baiting counters at this point. and going for the rush eventually. And another, once again, focus on Sketch. I mean, as long as they don't trigger the counter, Sketch should have a harder time getting out of there. But Sketch javeling in the way out of there. Smart move. Gets out of there. Gets in a safe position. But Sketch still taking too much damage.
Sketch is.
There's that
Sketch is
Kunju.
so incredibly low. Look at this. He's got the fleet foot. Sure, that's going to keep him alive, but the invulnerable Berserk is procced, and now he's surely going to fall, and indeed he does it, I do believe. This will be Asimork managing to keep themselves alive for another round, because Outcast, he's gone ahead and accepted his fate in I1 versus 2. There's probably no way he will win. So he goes ahead, he lets it go, and this means that for yet another round, the Asimorks, the melee damage, the fish-wielding damage dealers, do manage to keep themselves alive.
I mean, that I loved seeing Coyote's rush cancels. That was like, I'm sure they were trying to proc counters, or trying to trigger counters, trying to just bait them out, and just the fact that they didn't gamble for it, because their opponent knows they expect Coyote to go for a rush. They're just waiting for it, and not happening, or mind gaming out when it's going to happen. And there's the counter. The counter got baited as well, so now we have Outcast without a counter, and nice Sketch having their counter avoiding being triggered. Red team's getting very wise to the counters now.
Now Sketch very, very, very low on HP now as he finally manages to escape with a nice javelin, but his allies similarly low. The heals cannot come through because he's being occupied the whole time. Bulwark to eat up a lot of damage, and indeed Guarantee is gone. Sketch trying to go for Orb. He's not going to be able to do so as it's sniped. There's one tendon swing. The Petrify is doubly so. That does buy them a little bit of space carry, though. Both allies are actually unfrozen at the same time. That's horrible play, and Sketch will pay for it as the Fleetfoot does buy him a bit of space. It's not going to last for long. There, maybe the Astral Beam will buy a little bit of space too, but the rush does come through, and the stun from that crushing blow should guarantee the kill. Maybe on the Sketch, but I've been saying that for so long, and it's not happening. The tendon slash is absolutely masterful, and that will be the bucker falling. Outcast and Sketch both able to guarantee Orb in an instant. There's the stun off the back of the crushing blow, followed by the smack, but the counter won't be procced and carry. He should absolutely lose this matchup.
And Coyote definitely starting to dance around, not sure what they want to do at this point, because they just lost their team, and that heroic charge miss was the biggest mistake there. I mean, granted, overall, this has just been Sketch outplaying. Sketch keeping alive with Chief and with the Whirlwind right there. Appropriate, and given the fact that Sketch was at like 100 health that entire match. They lost so much health at the start and just never got hit again. Every single time they could have gotten hit, Kunju. Or just Fleetfoot, or just out of the way. Just nowhere there. The heroic charge miss was definitely the most meaningful one of those, but overall, Sketch just kept themselves alive masterfully after that little bit at the start.
Like, as soon as he took that amount of damage, I said, he's got to go down. This has got to be it for his team. There's no way he manages to keep himself alive, and somehow he did. And then he stayed alive for long enough they were able to get an orb. That healed him a bit. It raised his potential health, and the HP healing coming in the whole time from his ally Outcast over on the Sirius was more than enough to get him back up to max, and then they were just able to kite out this carry, who I do believe was truly trying to chase that kill, and I do believe that undid them in the end. However, we are going to be right back with the first semi-final of the night, I believe. Nope, never mind. I've just been updated, and we will have Thinking versus LA Plebs in just a few moments, the final group stage of the night. Of course, if you are enjoying this tournament so far, we do run other tournaments. We run a 2v2 Rocket League tournament on Sunday and a 3v3 Rocket League tournament on Monday. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with the rest of this PRL broadcast.
Cont is cold, but your heart's colder. I will wait for you. The pitch in your arms will meander, but I will wait for you.
There's nothing left for me to do than run and act myself a fool. No point in trusting anyone. Your eyes are diamonds, keep me up. Never thought that it could be this rough. No point in trusting anyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PRL $100 2v2 Battlerite tournament. My name is still TJ, my co-host is still Shadow Fury, and we are right into the final group stage match of the night between the Thinking Emote, I believe that's their proper name, and NA Plebs. Of course, we've seen NA Plebs before, Finlev and Arbs, they are unstoppable. Shadow, what would you have to see out of Thinking to go ahead and buy a little bit of space?
Well, at this point, given that we're seeing a mirror match, man, what is Thinking got to do? Because Finlev and Arbs, this is their team. I mean, this is ASDF, ASDF, ASDF. For those of you who have been following the tournaments somewhat, this is the same team. They've just renamed themselves NA Plebs for, frankly, our benefit, because it's a lot easier to say. But at this point, given this mirror match, they're basically, as it is, where and Kittens go, they're playing on Finlev and Arbs territory. So the only way I can think they could possibly do this essentially would require them to outplay Finlev and Arbs at their own game. I mean, the thing is, Finlev is really big on pushing people. That's the biggest thing Finlev loves to do. Shield dash or shield dash into heroic charge. They love to split. They love it to position well. So Werdy and Kittenzo, if they can stay together, especially with Kittenzo being Lucy and having to heal, they should manage to at least last enough to be able to get into a position that'll get them possibly a win. It's going to be an uphill struggle, though.
Oh, we do see the Lucy Barco combo, like you said, mirrored on both sides. So hopefully we will be able to see a bit of an upset coming out here already. There's the backline, Barco valiantly in. And oh, I don't like this at all, because Arbs is able to land the panic, and the follow-up damage onto that is absolutely massive. I don't like that at all. He's taken so much damage.
Well, Weredier has not taken a huge amount of permanent damage, thankfully, though. Then again, neither has Actually, Finlev's taken quite a bit of permanent damage. Finlev slowly but surely losing health here and there. It's small, but it's gradual, and it's important. At this point, Arbs and Finlev are being split up, and this is the exact thing I was worried Finlev would do to Weredier and Kittenzo, and that's not happening.
There's the valiant leap in. Weredier still managing to try and do some damage onto Arbs, but it will be a deadly injection follow-up on the panic from Arbs, who's doing great work in the backlines. There is a very, very low HP Arbs, not managing to escape at all as the ultimate flies through, and Weredier is absolutely tearing apart Arbs. Now, finally, he's able to buy himself a little bit of space, but the valiant leap, that dodges any damage. They could have come in. The shield's the only thing keeping him alive, and the barrier will follow up. Weredier still not quite able to get the kill. There it is. The shield falls, and the player follows shortly after. NA Plebs, one of the best teams in North America, all of a sudden, they're down one player.
They're down one player in their own composition, too. And those Petrified Bolts, that's the second one that's come out from Kittenzo. That first one pretty much allowed for Arbs to get torn apart by Weredier didn't have to worry about anything. That first Petrified Bolt set them up. Second Petrified Bolt was really just kind of BM. That second Petrified Bolt was not necessary, but hey, it worked anyway. But I haven't seen Arbs throw those out at all.
We just saw this dominant team, Arbs and Finlev, they just got beat at their own game. That's insane. You pick into their team comp, you go, we know what you're going to pick, we're going to pick that too. And then you beat them in the first round by reading perfectly, by going, where you're going to play aggressive Kitten, you're going to provide that healing. That is the one-bow combo Finlev and Arbs are so well known for. Arbs just being that reliable healer and Finlev being there in the front lines. It's kind of embarrassing, frankly, that they're not winning.
Yeah, and once again, we have a double 1v1 set, or almost double 1v1. Arbs just trying to find a good position before getting off their mount. They're still just going, and at this point, pretty much 2v1. Arbs staying out of the fight. And finally forced into the fight with a panic bolt, so Arbs is out of position as Finlev takes all the brunt of the damage. Now we're managing to take that center orb, so at least Finlev and Arbs do have the energy, but petrifying is nice clarity potions though. There are good clarity potions coming from Arbs. They are making sure to keep the petrify off as much as possible, but it's still difficult. Weredier and Kittenzo, however, now getting focused down. Weredier in a bit of a bad spot.
Now we'll wait for damage coming in. Arbs looking for that orb. There it is. Sniped. Barrier coming through though. And it will be the follow-up. The ultimate flying through. Finlev may be able to land the valiant leap immediately afterwards. And that's all of a sudden the very, very low HP Kitten being chased around the corner by Finlev, who's out for revenge. The panic does land, buying a little bit of space, but he will fall nonetheless. And now Finlev and Arbs, they have the HP advantage where they're pinned into a corner and slain. And we'll be now tied up 1-1. We have a great match on our hands.
Weredier and Kitten, one mistake I'm noticing they're making a fair amount is that Arbs will barrier, or Finlev will war shout. There'll be a shield, and they're trying to damage through it. And the thing is, okay, Baco got a lot of damage to them. So I can kind of see why you might want to try to push through that. But the thing is, Kitten has clarity potions, so shields go away like that. And Weredier, yeah, they could attack, but just attacking through shields is a great way to waste damage, and especially if you're doing anything more than your main attack. That's wasting cooldowns.
Already we can see the backline down by both Barcos onto both Lucy's and both Panics land. It's a perfect mirror match. Werder and Kitten, though, they did definitely come out behind in terms of HP. Arbs taking significant damage, though, but so is Kittens. There's the clarity out of Kittens to go ahead and buy him some space. Valiantly going in from where will be immediately answered back by the own. Then the stun out to the bulwark. That's huge. Finlev, though, still managing to wail away. The war axe will ring true today, and he's having an absolute field day.
So at this point, we're just seeing whether or not which Lucy is better at which Bako, or at least dealing with which Bako. And a bit of a Petrified Bolt there on Kitten, but didn't manage to do much. And the heroic charge from Finlev, not really doing a whole lot. Actually, Crow charge and a shield dash did a fair amount of damage. So the one thing is Werder needs to make sure they are avoiding damage from this point on. The Panic Bolt will get them out of the way into the Deadly Injection, and that Deadly Injection getting avoided. Good Valiant Leap, but that Valiant Leap was only so much that could be done, and there needs to be a barrier put onto Werder right now, but no, Werder... Is Werder going to make it? I don't know. I mean, at this point, the red team's got the center. And Werder is almost dead.
He is buying a little bit of space. He will be able to Valiant Leap into the backlines. The Blood comes through the Deadly Injection of the War Shaft. The barrier will buy him a little bit of time. There's the Petrified Bolt onto the opposing Lucy Arms. Temporarily immobilized. The heals need to come through. Werder, why is he not getting a barrier? He's just being fed at this point, and he's chased around the corner as the Petrified comes through onto Kittens, and he will indeed fall. And now the barrier has popped onto Kittens instead. I think he's just going to have to run away because he's in a mirror matchup behind the player. I didn't like that at all.
Yeah, I gotta say, the lack of barriers seems to be the biggest weakness right now. We have Kitten trying to do their best job to deal with this stuff, but they're just not able to keep themselves alive because of the sheer amount of damage taken and not dealt with. And that heroic charge just finishing the job, that is adding insult to injury at this point. And a plebs. What the heck? Did you hear that?
What? No.
The Lucy taunt going over and over like 5 times at once.
I think you're on the special battle, right?
Okay.
I think,
Apparently everything's gone absolutely wonky for me then.
Hey, it's all right. Werder and Kitten, though, they're having a bit of a wonky time themselves as they're now suddenly behind in the series. There's Finlev already dashing in the barrier, will provide a little bit of space for Kitten, but already there's the commit. Very, very back from Werder. I cannot say I like that.
Yeah, Werder being very risky. It worked out in the first game because they were separating. They were separating Finlev and Arbs, and once again separating Finlev and Arbs, making sure to keep Arbs pressure, but once again the barrier there, and no clarity potions to get rid of it. I don't see Kitten using a lot of clarity potions in especially effective ways, to be quite honest. It's a little bit disconcerting, given that really that's what Kitten needs to do. Kitten needs to get those clarity potions up to stop the barriers. That's pretty much the game.
Yeah, I think it's obvious that the real disparity between these two teams is Kitten not being able to maintain that level of healing that Arbs is. Meanwhile, of course, we did see the heroic charge come in and a decent amount of damage out of Werder. That was a really nice combo out of them to just buy a lot of space. Now they have center control. If they can grab this orbit, would be huge, and they will be able to off the back of that Valiant Leap. Now the Blood X will fly through, but not able to connect with Arms instead. It will be a shield available. Arms is going to be chased down. Of course, in the meantime, Finlev trying to do the damage necessary on the Kitten, although Arms is actually falling. 20 HP left. The ultimate will be cancelled by a panic, and the Deadly Injection follow-up secures his life for the time being. Arbs managing to survive and heal himself back up to 62 HP.
Like, Werder is just waiting for that opportunity for the heroic charge. Once that opportunity comes up, which will be very shortly, and there it is, missing the heroic charge. That was not good. That was exactly the opposite of good.
That was the rollout of Arbs, absolutely huge play by him, and it's immediately answered back, and all of a sudden, Werder off the back of that, he's so very low, the Petrified does come through though, and that allows him to focus down Arbs and finish him off. Finlev should be able to guarantee this kill to Werder, but no, great timing on the barrier, that'll mean it's only an incapacitate. The heals are still coming through and somehow managing to keep Werder alive, despite Finlev being so much higher on HP, or guaranteed for the blue side, as Finlev opts instead to go for Werder, will be able to damage, and that's Finlev trying to bait in Werder to go ahead and try and protect Kitten. When the second he does the damage. Panic though, Deadly Injection, they follow through, and that's great Lucy play.
Werder is channeling Sketch right now in survivability. I have not seen Werder below 10 health. They've been close, but my goodness, just surviving all of that. Like the clutch shields into the clutch orb into just eventually heals. Obviously after that point their max health was high enough they could stay alive, but my goodness, there were some moments there where I was not sure whether or not Werder was going to survive that. It came down to frame perfect moves.
Yeah, Kitten, absolutely. We criticised him earlier. We said he doesn't have the heals. He's not landing the clarity potions. The barrier is the kind of utility play over on Lucy. He proved us wrong that last round. He stepped up and he absolutely kept Werder alive, even though frankly, he shouldn't have been.
I mean, that's what Lucy's for. And that is the entirety of what loses for. And now the 1v1 Panic Bolt being missed, though. Unfortunately, Kitten not able to get Finlev off of them with a Panic Bolt. Able to use the wall, but still that on cooldown. And at this point, Finlev is just wailing on Kitten. Kitten managing to get back to center. This is the one thing. Blue team does have center control and does manage to get the orb. There we go. That's what they need. And a nice advantage.
Great touch by Kitten going to secure that. You will see the barrier now. Able to fly out onto Werder. Werder popping his ultimate, doing a decent amount of damage onto Arbs, who's now just in double digits. 60 HP, 50 HP left as he falls very, very low indeed. It will be the deadly injection coming through the stun. Flying through, but the barrier will buy more space. There's the ultimate, the heroic charge out of, I believe that was Finland, but it wasn't even enough to guarantee anything. And Werder is still wailing away on Arbs. Arbs suddenly very, very low. Finland, by contrast, trying to do the same thing onto the opposition healer, but it won't be enough. That's about tied up 45 for Arbs and 90. By contrast for Kitten, the heals are coming through, and Finlev now is very, very dangerously low too. Arbs suddenly driven back into the corner. This cannot be good for him.
And if it weren't for that barrier, it would be death for Finlev. Finlev was behind the wall. Arbs has no chance of healing them. Arbs down. Finlev, one shot and they go down. There's the Panic Bolt to kill them. How often do you see Panic Bolt used as a kill move? But hey, there you go. It's not damageless. It does hurt. It mostly just sets up hurt.
I mean, Deadeye Plebs, one of the best teams in North America, the champions of our previous tournaments, are suddenly behind in a series and in danger of leaving the PRL tournament before they even get to the semis.
This is a surprising development. I mentioned earlier, join the tournament. You don't know what's going to happen. This is kind of why. I mean, we see right now, NA Plebs, I'm sure anyone fighting against this team, they are terrified, especially given Kitten and Weird are going for the same composition. We mentioned very much at the start of the tournament, this is a weird move, and yet it's working out.
Arbs trying to find a way to back up Finlev. It will be Orb snagged by the red side Kitten, unable to make the connection in time. It will be a nice bulwark coming out to push Finlev back for the time being, but I do believe that we're finally seeing Werder lose this Barca v Barca battle. There's the stun coming through off the back of the shield. That dodgeable petrify! That is indeed huge, and the setup follows through. Kitten able to buy the time for his teammate to go and recover from the panic. The Clarity Flask will keep him alive for even longer. He's able to pick up both HP orbs. Meanwhile, Werder is just wailing away appropriately off onto Arbs. That is huge.
Although, I gotta say, there are some really clutch barriers coming out from Arbs. Arbs is really on point with those barriers, and Kitten seems to have lost their focus as far as setting that up. They have some here and there, but in terms of clutch barrier, I don't think that's gonna happen. And this match, this round, is going for NA Plebs. Gonna be evening this up 3v3 once. There we go, there's the heroic charge hitting in to win that round, and we are evening up. 2 rounds left, one way or the other. We have, well, 3 rounds potentially in total, but still. This match is once again closed up.
3-3 tied. And of course means everyone's got every single battle right ever, so we're just getting right back into the action. And Werder and Kitten, they've put up an absolutely stellar showing for themselves against some of the best teams in North America. They've held their ground, the barrier coming through to hold off Finland, but of course the counter barrier will be there. There's the heroic leap into the backlines. Kitten needs to find a way to keep himself alive. He lands the panic, not onto the Baco wailing on him. He instead rolls around the Baco and panics Arbs. That's huge.
That was a position, that was a very nice roll coming in from Kitten to get out of there, to get into position, although once again we're split into double 1v1. Red team nice and together, blue team needs to get back into togetherness, and unfortunately at this point, wow, Werder getting completely rushed down, and for whatever reason Finland deciding to leave Werder alone, despite the fact that Werder was so close to death, and blue team at this point not going to be able to stay alive from this very easily. Werder is going to have to deal with, I mean, that barrier is a little bit wasted getting out. Nothing was going to attack Werder at that point. So the barrier on cooldown for Kitten, and Arbs just about to finish off Werder, and there it goes, Werder down.
We'll be 4-3 now. Good lead, and we were all excited. We thought that night Plebs were the best teams in North America. We're going to go down early. Now, though, they've come back with a vengeance, and they're angry. They're driving it to the very end if they can. Of course, you do still have 2 more chances for Kitten and Werder. If they can win these next 2 rounds, they can still come out on top. Kitten already wasting a Clarity Blast. If you ask me, the stun will come through onto Finland, guaranteeing a bit of opening damage. But there is the leap into the backlines. Great valiant play. Oh, the panic coming through. That could be insane.
Oh, and that Blood Axe smacking off the bulwark into Kitten was a really good use of bulwark. That was what bulwark is there to do. Finlev baiting that out, and it worked out beautifully. So at this point, Kitten managing to panic away Finlev, and also Arbs not managing to avoid a whole lot of damage. They, however, have not lost any permanent health yet. Now they're losing permanent health. A lot of permanent health. Heroic charge down there too, and heroic charge against Kitten on top of that. And at this point, Arbs surviving a little bit better than Kitten, but Kitten with a very clutch barrier off. off that valiant leap to try to finish this off. And the deadly inject on the
deadly
petrify.
injections. That was insane. Arbs, he did a 180. He focused down Kitten, and their combined focus was more than enough to win that battle. But now Werder he's got almost full HP. Arbs is his primary target. If he can end that, that ends the healing, and there is the ultimate available if he can somehow find a place to land it. There he is, actually going after Finland will go after Werder instead, but it's not quite enough, and the kill will still come through. Werder will fall 5-3 now in favour of NA Plans.
That was amazing. That is, I mean, very good job. I gotta say, thinking emote, they blew me away. I have no idea. I think uphill battle, yes, but round 5 rather, where there's completely tore apart Finland and Arbs, especially round 1 as well, where it was just, that was it. It was so much damage dealt, so much effectiveness, so much effective play. I think a large part of it, Kitten, both of them really need, it's just minor positioning issues. Kitten was on point for so much of it. The barriers were a little bit off, but there's some rounds where Kitten just had the focus, other rounds where Kitten seemed to lose focus. That's what it came down to. Anyway, if you are interested in joining these tournaments and seeing if you can best these teams, best NA plebs, best crowd controls, or Praise the Sun as they're currently known, if you're feeling like a contender, if you're feeling like a rival, go to play.prorl.com, play.prorl.com, and sign up for the tournaments. They are weekly at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or Eastern Standard Time, most likely when that changes tomorrow. And that is our weekly for $100. Winner takes all. So don't feel too intimidated. We saw a team we never heard of manage to very nearly beat the best team currently playing.
Of course, if you do want to go ahead and enter our ongoing giveaway, it is in the chat. Exclamation point raffle will enter you into the current giveaway, I believe it is, for that one and only Battlerite Steam code. So if you do want a copy of the game yourself, or want to go ahead and hand it off to a friend who maybe doesn't have it yet, and you want to pwn them 1v1 me scrub, then you can go and do that. Exclamation point raffle is the command. I believe we will be giving that out right before the grand finals. Don't go anywhere though, because we've got the first semi-final between Dream Crushers and Praise the Sun in just a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PRL 2v2 $100 Battlerite tournament. Today we are all the way into the semi-finals. This best of 3 matchup between Dream Crushers and Praise the Sun is just about to get underway. Of course, Stro and Advert over on Dream Crushers on the left-hand side, Praise the Sun on our right, Sketch and Outcast. All these players we've seen before, all these players are brilliant, and I cannot wait to see what happens. Shadow.
Well, this is going to be interesting because Dream Crushers, they love to set up routes, like Quicksand Bear Trap. That's their thing they do all the time, or at least last tournament they were doing that loads, and Older and Jumong, that's what they do. That's a great combination there. And of course, Sketch and Outcast, their entire game plan is built around counters. Now, the thing with Sketch and Outcast is that they're really good at avoiding other people's baits for counters, but Stro is the only one who actually has a counter. Averse, they do have Black Arrow, they do have Prowl, so they have ways of getting out of there. And I'm curious if we're going to see Sketch and Outcast making sure to avoid wasting cooldowns when Averse has those available, because there's so much Jumong can do to avoid damage.
Yeah, and of course if Sketch can go ahead and get into that backline, really begin roasting Stro or Adverse, pin them into a wall and get that tendon swing action going, it can turn very, very bad very, very quick, as Shifu's DPS can be absolutely insane at times.
Yeah, and the thing is that we have seen so far, Sketch, they love their incapacitates, and never underestimate Sketch either. I mean, we're seeing right now Sketch and Outcast doing a great job dominating, focusing down Averse, making Averse waste all their defensive cooldowns, and at this point, Averse, with a nice prowl into the incapacitate, that's what they need to do, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. Averse going to go down. There's a nice crescent blade there, and that was exactly what they needed to do. So, Crescent Gale, rather. That was the right move from the red team there, and at this point, Outcast and Sketch focusing down Stro, but Stro's still got their quicksand, still has the root.
And it's been multiple times we see the stone glass coming out from Stride, going to guarantee that patch point onto his opponent. There's the whirlwind coming through, but it will be a nice ability to get on out as Stride does manage to shifting Shand his way on out. He'll follow it up with a nice use of quicksand to temporarily root both opponents. The javelin does miss, but I do believe Stro's fighting a losing battle as he does actually manage to escape time and time again. And there's the stone glass yet again striking his opponent, but the petrify will land on him too. And there's the focus coming in. He cannot last long.
Yeah, unfortunately, given that Older only really has Chronoflux work against projectiles, and there's not a whole lot of projectiles coming out, the only thing that Stro really has is Stone Glass. That's their only crowd control move, and unfortunately not really enough. I mean, Quicksand, of course, is the root, but that's good, but you still have so much that you can use. Celestial Split, you have Javelin, so many ways that Praise the Sun can get out of there. And it's just not enough just to have the root, so really it's going to come down to Stro making sure Averse stays alive if they want to win this round and win this match.
Can we just point out that I'm pretty sure Outcast has gone ahead and switched his Sirius outfit since we watched him last time?
Oh yeah, looks like, well, yeah, they seem to have gone for the Darker Scholar. Still pretty goldy though.
Yeah, I mean, gold you absolutely need. They're getting into it already. Nice backline damage maybe coming in, but Sketch will need to fall off now because the damage is flying in. Never mind, Sketch with the recommit, the double tended slash, that's huge. Adverse taking tons of damage. The counter won't be proc, though the Kunju untriggered, and now Sketch and Co, they need to pull back. The root is definitely ineffective. It will be a nice Celestial Split to go and get out of the action, but the damage was about even on both sides. I'd say actually the blue side walked away with the majority of the HP.
Yeah, I gotta say, Averse had taken a lot of pressure there, but not a whole lot of permanent damage, and Stro helping them back up. And Averse as well, of course, going for Heartseeker. You always go for Heartseeker, Jumong. That is the round one Battlerite. So with all the black arrows they're throwing out there, it's paying off.
There's Adverse ready to go. He does have his Dragon Slayer up, and the second he sees an opponent right in front of him, I'm sure he'll be quite happy to proc it. That will be a backline dash coming in for Outcast to go. They're already so very low. The Sunrise counter will be popped, and that does mean that temporarily you have a brief opponent. There's the steady shot, though, through the Petrify to go ahead and grab the kill on the Sketch. Outcast, very low too, will fall into 1v1 versus Strong. Now tied up 1-1, the series score is equalised.
I gotta say, I don't expect Averse to ever use Dragon Slayer. Like, outside of the really rare situation where Sunrise and Celestial Split are used. I mean, against Sketch, I suppose Fleetfoot and Kunju, but yeah, in either case, if both of their escape moves are out, then we might see Dragon Slayer. But it's just, no, not even that. Luna Strike's another threat. Like, the thing is, Dragon Slayer is a risky ultimate. Unless Averse is way out of the position and there's no way Outcast can Luna Strike them, we're gonna see a counter or an escape if that comes up. So I don't think Averse is gonna risk it.
Strong with the time render available, but already being focused out there is the quicksand, but the immaterial, the Fleetfoot from Sketch will allow him to just keep coming. The harpoon follow-up is good time, better blows him away temporarily, but Stro still being hammered in the backline, now able to land the stone glass onto Sketch, and will buy them the space necessary to back up. But now Adverse, he's going to be incapacitated by the tendon slash, follow up by the Petrify. That is huge, and it will be all for the red side. And Outcast, there's the Celestial Split in as he continues to chase. The focus is on Stro.
And now Outcast with the full meter. I doubt they're going to use an Astral Beam, although admittedly they have been using a fair amount of Astral Beam, so they could. I just, given the health value so far, given the position so far, actually, come to think of it, Astral Beam might not be a bad idea just to keep their teammate alive. But no, indeed,
nice
they're
stone glass to cancel out to the whirlwind. That was huge, and now Sketch, he's used all his EX. There's the Celestial Beam coming out, lots of damage, and the kill. Finally, Stro does fall. Adverse right behind will be petrified. Sketch and Outcast side by side looking for that final kill, and they should be just moments away as Adverse is able to dip around the corner. Sketch will be hunting him down. There's the ultimate, there's the Dragon Slayer, lots of damage and a double stun. That could be huge.
That was actually quite unexpected. I mean, as an uncharged Dragon Slayer, so definitely worked out. Another Dragon Slayer on top of that, thanks to the ore picked up from Stro. But at this point of Verse, now the incapacitate into Crescent Gale, and just trying to avoid damage as much as they can. Heartseeker as best as possible, but no, they're getting hit by that Javelin to finish them off.
2-1 now in favour of Praise the Sun. Of course, this is a best of 3 series, so even though this first map is incredibly close, we have 2 more potentially coming our way, and I cannot wait as we continue with this one. Though the Battlerites are being picked up, and I have to ask you, Shadow, what do you think of them so far?
So far, everything is typical. Everything that these players have picked is pretty much the kit. If you guys are watching, anyone who wants to know how to play these characters, if you aren't sure what rights to pick, the ones they're going for, that's basically the way to go. Like, that is pretty much the pick. Those are the picks. I think Outcast might be picking something that has a bit more flexibility, but for the rest of them, basically do what they've done.
Oh, there's the close range damage. The quicksand coming in, trying from Stroke to focus out Sketch, but the Conju teleport does come in directly behind the Petrified, does land Sketch and Co. They now are able to guarantee the orb easily. Tendon Slash to back them up. Outcast will be able to break on out and do some damage onto Stroke. Stroke very, very low on HP. The Whirlwind Ultimate and the Celestial Beam side by side, and the damage is absolutely insane. Adverse will give up as his allies fallen, and he's got 2 full HP opponents. It's just good manners to go ahead and accept defeat, and that's tied up and destroyed 3-1 now in favour of Praise the Sun.
Yeah, Sketch and Outcast, they've been getting hit in their counters a lot. I think Averse might be starting to get a little tired. I'm noticing that a lot of counters are being triggered. A lot of the time, Sketch and Outcast, especially Outcast, throws up their Sunrise, and it's just bam. They get hits, it gets teleported, it all works out. I mean, that's been giving Praise the Sun so much extra room to move, so much room to breathe as far as health goes, and of course, so much room to just maneuver, because when you proc one of those counters, you just teleport wherever you'd like. Just about.
Outcast and Sketch, of course, they've always kind of run this combo, and it's always worked very well for them to continue to play it in just kind of the same style, and it works the same way every time. There's the fleet foot into the back lines, and I do believe we do want to see a Conju proc actually. Sketch is software.
Yeah, it looks like Sketch, I mean, the thing is, I'm pretty sure that Stro and Averse are going to get... No, never mind. I was about to say, I thought they were going to get wise to the counters, but once again, another Sunrise coming out from Outcast, and another Conju coming in as well. So both Sketch and Outcast getting their counters triggered, and allowing them to focus down Averse so hard that Averse is basically done. Averse needs to get out of there so hard, and that is the entire focus. Another Conju, another good Seeker's Mark. Getting them out of there, that was exactly what we needed to do. That was the proper move to keep Averse alive. But on top of that, finally getting that root combo going. And red team taking the orb again, so we should see a Whirlwind coming up right about now.
Outcast, he's kind of hanging out of the fight, trying to just provide the healing, the support necessary, but now though he's going to be focused. Adverse able to scrape. There's the front line damage, but the incapacity followed by the arrows raining from the sky. That's a lot of damage. The Sunrise teleported in the backline side. That could be huge if Sketch can go ahead and land these, and the Conju does set him up perfectly. There's the Whirlwind Ultimate coming through, roasting one and slicing and dicing the other. Stroh will be able to survive with just slivers of HP at about half now. The Ultimate, though, the time travel, that's good, and he does have a nailed down opponent. Go and land the stun onto the Ultimate, though it's immediately available. The Ice Drop beam microwaving him alive.
That was a
4-1 in favour now of Praise the Sun.
That was a panic time travel. I mean, it's obviously you kind of have to use it to get out of there, but the thing is that the Sketch had their cooldowns. Like, Sketch had everything they needed on cooldown. They can get out of there. It was no problem for them to just javelin their way out of there. It's very difficult to keep, especially as Shifu in place, but both these enemies, just trying to time travel on that without having stunned them first, essentially, or incapacitated them first. Doing that in 1v2, I can see why it happened, but it was not the best timing. Although on the other hand, there's a lot of damage being dealt.
I like the Chrono Flux out of Stroh. It's a really nice idea to just go ahead and throw it out by a little bit of space for his team, and it's working out for them so far, because Stroh and Counter are ahead in the DPS this round. The Petrifying won't land on anyone. Nice Black Arrow dodge out of Adverse. He's going to continue raining in the damage. Outcast blown away. Great timing by Stroh. The quicksand follow-up won't. Oh, never mind. It does land. That means that Stroh's doing consistent damage. Then the Stone Glass follow-up the ultimate. The Dragon Slayer flying through lots of damage on the Sketch, and he is now so very low. Outcast looking for the punish. He can't land it, and this is looking very, very good for Dream Crushers.
Although at this point, Praise the Sun did manage to get the orb. They are full on meter. We could be seeing double ultimates, and we are seeing indeed double ultimates. Whirlwind in, Ashman Whirlwind, and not, unfortunately, managing to do it enough damage. Averse getting out of there, and Stroh was never really threatened to begin with. So, great idea. Unfortunately, the exact positioning was not ideal, and double kill coming in, or just about double kill for Averse. Finishing them off, getting them back on the board. Stroh and Averse need to get that momentum back there. If they can win the next 3 rounds, they're fine, but they've got to win the next 3 rounds flawlessly.
They have to lock it down from here on out. That's not impossible. You can absolutely do it. but you need to just demolish your opponents here on out. They cannot afford to make any mistakes, because even if they slip behind, I don't think they have the mental fortitude to go ahead and come back. We've seen that time and time again. They've given up when they've been in 1v2. Stro and cont, they need to just demolish their opposition, and they're already beginning to do that, actually.
I don't know. This is getting really difficult. Verse is in a powerfully bad spot. This is a Verse at 50 HP, 20 HP. One good hit, and they're dead. And the orb going to the red team. This is basically done. A Verse has so little health left. If they can avoid taking any damage, any meaningful damage for the rest of the game, they should be fine. Nice Chrono Flux slowing down Sketch, but even then, the blue team needs to be so thoroughly careful with this.
And Stro, he's already incapacitated. This means Sketch can go into the backlines with the PRL out of Adverse. That buys him a lot of space. He's able to escape around the corner, and he will now be returning for the orb. There it is, not quite connecting the prowl. Sorry, the Fleetfoot. And the Sketch to try and do the close range damage. He's going to be petrified by this stone glass now. Adverse and cont, they've actually gone ahead. Like I said, they weren't going to be able to come back, but they're doing exactly that. The material from the prowl does allow Adverse to go in, circle around the Celestial split right on into the front line. The ultimate, the Astral Beam coming through. Black Arrow into the back line. Adverse, he has his Dragon Slayer up, and it's not needed. The first kill already in favour of Adverse. There's the Dragon Slayer. There's insane damage. Sketch all alone, strive for the finishing off, and it will be the kill. That's now one more point to the good for Dream Crushers.
That was some wonderful, careful play. That Black Arrow and the Astral Beam, especially a Verse. If they didn't have Black Arrow on cooldown with the 3 charges, they would have been dead. But clutch move there, perfectly done. I mean, they obviously took a bit of damage early on, got focused down, a bit of a bad positioning at the start of the round, but made up for it, made sure not to get any more permanent damage, and it paid off.
Adverse and Stro in the back lines doing a bit of damage here. They have Sketch rolling around the outside. They need to worry about Sketch, because if he gets the chance to leap on in, it will be good to look at Outcast here. Outcast, he's been trapped all alone. The fact that Sketch was going for that prowl means that Outcast has already taken about half HP before his teammate can even get into the battle.
And that Black Arrow dodge out of the Lunar Strike and allowing the Stone Glass to happen, that is control. There's crowd control going on for the blue team. That's their biggest strength. And like I said at the very start, their big strength is going for that root combo. Well, they seem to be getting a good Petrify setup as well. Petrify Incapacitate setups now, too. So their crowd control, it's getting back into position. Tendon Swing did work out to stop Stro, but at that point, Stro was not in a great position. Actually, this is a bit of a problem. Stro's positioning was a bit of an issue. It's getting back into a good spot, and we could be seeing a Dragon Slayer any time now. Uncharted Dragon Slayers have been a Versus calling card for the last few rounds.
Now, all of a sudden Sketch, he's being focused down. There's the ultimate, the Dragon Slayer, that's huge! Dragon Slayer ultimate absolutely demolishing his opposition, and it will be a lot of damage coming in onto it. There is the Shifu falling, and now Outcast falls, and that's a tied up scoreline from behind. We do have Dream Crushers equaling it up and driving it all the way to the final point.
They've got their momentum back. I mean, it's back up. At this point, I think crowd controls might have played a little bit unsafe. They might have been unsure if they needed to worry about it. They did have several rounds of buffer. Those rounds are gone. At this point, Outcast and Sketch, they need to be pushing this as hard as they can, and they probably will. It's really going to come down to counters, though. That seems to be the biggest thing, is whether those counters get triggered or not.
The damage may be coming in, but no, it will be Stro falling back. The quicksand comes out onto the counter, just reading that perfectly there. This last two split on him. Adverse will need to find a way out of this situation, because the Petrify has come through onto his ally. There's Adverse being able to do the damage onto Sketch. Sketch actually definitely behind on the HP, and there's the Stone Glass yet again onto him. Outcast falling back. The counter won't be procced, and Adverse is just demolishing Sketch time after time.
Yeah, and another Prowl coming in, another Incapacitate. Might be coming in. No, not actually coming in. Did manage to get a bit of arrow rain going on, but that was not what they needed to do for crowd control, because their big thing is crowd control. The Whirlwind in here to try to deal some damage, but not managing to get into position. Reverse taking nowhere near enough damage to justify that ultimate use.
There's the Astral Beam coming out, lots of damage potentially, but it won't actually land any of the time. Travel is available on Stro should he decide it's necessary, but instead he's just going to focus in. There's the double tendon slash though. That's a nice setup. Sketch very low on HP. Adverse similarly low. There's the time travel coming through. He will be able to guarantee the stun on Outcast, and now it's Sketch coming in for the kill. Quicksand will temporarily chain him down, but no, will be the Fleetfoot to go ahead and let him escape with the material. The arrow's right from the sky, and that should be Sketch falling, and it is. Now Adverse and Stro side by side need to get this kill onto Outcast, and they will have driven it to the first game. They will have come from behind for victory, and it does look, oh no, the Astral Beam, this could end it all, but it's shut down instantly. The Dragon Slayer follow-up won't quite land, but Outcast is dead all the same.
I like seeing that cancel on the Astral Beam, though. Didn't completely work out, but it was the right move to do. It's very tempting when you're in an ultimate to stay in that ultimate and not cancel out of it, because you have all that meter, you used up all that meter, but otherwise you might just get killed right away. Now, granted, didn't totally pay off, but still, I mean, that was a good move. There was a couple other good moves like that too, but it seemed like really it just came down to Dreamcatchers got an idea of Outcast and Sketch's timings for counters. They were able to read them. Took them a little while to download that, but once that happened, that was over. And Dreamcatchers moves on.
Yeah, as you would say in your RCS casting history, that's called downloading your opponent. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, that is a term from fighting games, if you're not familiar. In fighting game parlance, downloading your opponent is essentially learning their patterns, learning their subconscious ways and their tells, and then using that to completely dominate. Usually, it's most notable when something like this happens, where one team or one player goes almost all the way, and then their opponent is able to basically just no longer fall for their tricks and completely run it back.
Well, we will be back with Game 2 of this Best of 3 series in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere, because we have so much more hype Battlerite action coming your way. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PRL 2v2 $100 Battlerite Tournament number 4. My name is TJ, my co-caster is still Shadow, and we still have a great matchup in front of us. Dream Crushers versus Praise the Sun. It started out dominant for Praise the Sun, but then they, after coming up 3-1, I think it was actually 4-1 at one point,
yes.
They lost every single round, and Dream Crushers came all the way back for the victory.
So at this point, the real question is whether Dream Crushers is going to be able to maintain that momentum, because they seem to get an idea of how Praise the Sun set up their counters, which is Praise the Sun's biggest part of their play, is making sure that their counters keep them alive, because they are extremely aggressive, and they use those counters as an aggressive tool. But if they don't get triggered, not much is going to happen there.
And from here on out, we need to see an adjustment, I think, out of Sketch and Outcast, because we've seen this before. Sketch and Outcast, they run only one comp. They run that Shifu Series comp, and I think it was 2 weeks ago we casted them, and they were running this composition, and then the other team figured them out. They figured out how to counter it, and I believe that was when they switched to Iva and some other weird champion, and it didn't work out for them at all. so I'm not sure they even have the potential to go ahead and switch it up if necessary. And I do kind of worry.
You say that, but now Sketch is going for Bako, Outcast tentatively going for Lucy. They're going for the ASDF team, or as they are now known, the NA Plebs team. And I mean, we've already seen 2 teams go for the NA Plebs team.
Yeah, well, it looks like we're going to have a third. Of course, on the other side, you do still have Dream Crushers sticking with what works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, and we will be drifting into our map cinematically. We're just moments away from gameplay. Sketch and Outcast over on the red side, making up Team Praise the Sun. Running this time, Lucy and Barco. I guess they're no longer praising the sun, but maybe they're winning, so hey.
I don't know, Bako's pretty sun-bro-y, and my goodness, Lucy, if you want a cooperation-based hero, talk about Lucy. So I think they're still fitting their name just fine. However, what I'm curious about is, now at this point, Dreamcatchers, Dream Crushers, they're not working against the same setup here. They're working against a much more defensive, much more crowd control-oriented setup, really. This is what this team does. You have the Petrify Bolt, you have the Shield Dash, you have, to a lesser extent, the Valiant Leap and EX Valiant Leap. You have a lot of options. I should say Bako and Lucy have a lot of options for keeping their opponents in control.
You'll be interested to see if it works out already. The time that are being procced as there's the backline dash coming in from that Bako. He's doing significant damage, but Sketch cannot get what he needs, and the whole time Outcast is just being focused out already. 140 HP is his average. There's the Stone Glass coming through for Petrify. Sketch in the backlines will throw out a Blood Axe, but around the corner there's already so much damage coming into his healer. Outcast is definitely suffering.
Yeah, Outcast is going very much for the counter logic on those shields. Good shielding, though. It was very clutch, and Sketch, on the other hand, just not able to do a whole lot of damage because really, Averse and Stro don't want to have to deal with that. They don't want to have Bako on their back. They want to go and just kill the Lucy. Get rid of that first, but at this point, they have no choice, and Sketch putting themselves forward, and this is not going to be easy for Sketch. But honestly, it's not the priority.
That's a nice panic. Oh, in the double incapacitate off the back of the Valley Leaf. Sketch going very, very aggressively after Strunk. He's very low on HP. Of course, you do have to worry about Outcast. Meanwhile, his HP is crumbling because he's being focused by Adverse in the backline. The barrier will keep him alive for the time being. Sketch wailing away at that orb. Won't be able to get it though because Adverse is sliding in and grabbing it. There is the crippling goo. That could be huge with the Black Arrow. That's a brilliant dodge by Adverse and enables him to go ahead and grab that first kill. Sketch can't be far behind. There's the ulti flying through, but he will die before he even makes contact. 1-0 now in favour of Dream Crushers.
And Reverse still keep them on with those Black Arrow dodges. That's what they need to do. Getting out of the area, getting into a position that works. And at this point, Outcast, I like the way Outcast is setting up those shields. I like the way they're kind of using it as a pseudo counter. And it's really going to go down to Stro and Reverse whether they deal with that, but I think they don't even care. They're just so focused on it that they deal with Sketch when Sketch is around, they deal with Outcast any other time. And that should work.
Yeah, and this is what I said. I think Outcast and Sketch, they have limited adaptability. And I'm not sure that this is, putting all my fears to rest, because we're still seeing they're not managing to land all the abilities they need to land on these champions.
Did you see that Clarity Potion, though? Outcast was on point about that Prowl, throwing the Clarity Potion on themselves right before the Incapacitate happened. Unfortunately, nowhere near enough. It's a good idea, a lot of good setup there. It's just the exact time and the exact execution. Averse and Stro just have Sketch and Outcast number, even with this new team. Missed the Dragon Slayer, though, so doesn't quite manage to kill Outcast, because that would have been a kill.
I believe that was actually the steady shot. Not quite a Dragon Slayer. Now he has his Dragon Slayer available though, so I can see how he made the mistake. And there's the Valiant Leap into the back lines, ready for the setup. Oh, but the Dragon Slayer, he was about to pop it, he was instantly knocked down, and there's another ultimate follow before he can even use the ulti. That's Adverse so incredibly low. Nice read, able to dodge around the corner, but the deadly injection will end his life, even if he survives for the time being. That's a full ultimate charge available down at the bottom of the map, and the time travel should come out. He can follow it up instantly with another time travel with good enough placement. Stun does come in. Bako playing very aggressively with Chrono Flush will provide temporary escape. Oh, nice Stone Glass.
No Stone Glass into Quicksand for Root. Unfortunately, there was a good Clarity Potion on there, so at this point, Stro is still fighting a solid 1v2. They're still actually fighting a pretty solid 1v2, though. Okay, they're staying in the match, but the orb is going to go to the red team, and that'll heal them up beautifully. So the red team, we should see a heroic charge. Oh, shield bash! Not even a heroic charge yet, but the heroic charge will happen most likely within the next few minutes. Oh, just pushing that out.
And he's being driven out of the arena time and time again. He was just locked out. They built a wall, and they made Mexico pay for it.
Oh, come on. Man, I can't wait for Bloody Tuesday. Getting that, getting rid of that bullshit.
We won't get there. That is, of course, telling up now 1-1 in the series. Bryce the Sun. I just said I didn't know how they were going to adapt, but there they are, adapting beautifully.
Yeah, that was proper positioning play from Outcast. I mean, Sketch as well, making sure to avoid getting really locked down, but Outcast really in the north. I felt a little bit sad for Averse though. Like Averse really got pulled out of there, and they were trying to Black Arrow away, and they had the Bear Trap as well over by the little corner they got killed in. Didn't quite work out. They didn't have quite the right positioning to deal with Valiant Leap. And once again, we have Sketch going for the aggressive plays they usually do, but the Incapacitate allowing for Outcast to get hit, and Outcast taking a massive chunk of damage. Very good combo there. The Sands of Time and a Chronobolt combo.
I love that from Adverse. He went around the corner with a Prowl and marked his target, then followed it up with the steady shot to go ahead and get the the Incapacitate. You think that's an awful lot of work to not even focus him in, but he lands that Incapacitate and then goes him instantly around the corner and focuses out Outcast, and you can see it absolutely paying off, because now Outcast, he's too busy worrying about his own HP to even begin healing Sketch. Sketch taking a lot of damage. There's another Stone Glass through, and it will be Outcast actually able to land a Petrify Bolt, hitting X ability coming through for him this time, but I cannot see it going the way, because the HP advantage has been built up so dominantly in favour of Dream Crushers.
And the Chronoflux is coming out there. I think at this point, that's the one thing Stro needs to remember to do, is that the last match we saw, Chronofluxes weren't really working out too well because they're dealing with double melee. But now with Lucy out there, and a nice Chronobolt to finish off the job, but with Lucy out there, and to a lesser extent Bako, because those Blood Axes, those are essentially Bako's main tool. Chronoflux is going to be a very useful tool for Stro that wasn't really that useful in the previous composition, or against Sirius and Shifu.
Will be 2-1 now in favour of Dream Crushers. Of course, they're 1-0 up in the series. They're now only 3 points away from walking away with the whole series and punching their ticket to the grand final. We will see the Battlerite coming in, and it's all pretty standard. Would you agree?
I think, yeah, Battlerite selection. Oh, Outcast is going for one of the standard builds. If you watch what Arbs does, that's another standard build with the Clarity Potions and Barriers. Like, Clarity Potion is one that's a little bit more, if you know how to hit Clarity Potion, go for it. If you're not so sure about your play, Panic Flask Splash with all the different healing potion rights, that's a safe setup. It's reliable, it's not the most powerful, but it is reliable if you aren't confident in your ability to hit those Clarity Potions.
Damage into Sketch with the Valiant Leap into the backlines. Those Clarity Potions aren't ringing true because the Panic Flask, that's more than enough. And Outcast is landing it time after time. The ultimate's available on that Dragon Slayer. If it pops it this time, it will be game ending, but instead the stun will reflect it for the time being, and it will still be the guilt coming through onto Bako. It will be Outcast driven out. The root comes through, the quicksand and the focus. There's one more point in favour of our leaders so far in the series and the game, Dream Crushers.
And that was a good shifting stance kill into just, I mean, at that point, obviously, Outcast just sat there, gave up, waiting for the next round, saving their energy. But yeah, we saw the Chronofluxes. Stro's really getting on that. They've realized we got to do Chronoflux. We've got to make sure that the projectiles cannot do what they need to do. And as long as they continue along with that, I don't think Sketch and Outcast are going to be able to keep going with the same strategy. They're going to have to adapt again.
Well, they're not managing to do any adaptation just yet. Nice Panic Flask coming out from Outcast, and he's going to go ahead temporarily buy himself a little bit of time, but I really like what Stro did there. Adverse, he was driven back by the panic, and Stro just backed off with him. He said, alright, we're sticking together, and it absolutely is paying off for them. They're just able to kite around this Bako Sketch. He's unable to land anything much because Outcast is the primary target.
And at this point, Stro basically distracting Sketch. That was the main purpose of that. Just keep Sketch occupied while Outcast takes more and more damage, getting incapacitated out into a root, into even more damage. And Clarity Potion a little bit late. Damage was still dealt. And the Snare with no Clarity Potion to stop that. Panic Bolt missing outright thanks to the Black Arrow. And the Petrify with the Stone Glass to stop Sketch from doing anything as well. And
Nice
well, trying with the
coming through the heroic charge, doing decent damage. This is still winnable by Sketch, but it would have to be truly heroic as the arrows rain from the sky. That will be that. That will be match point now and series point for Dream Crushers.
Well, we can't say that too soon. I mean, last match we did see Dream Crushers down like this. For all we know, this has just been a matter of Sketch and Outcast trying to experiment at a few different little things, see what they can do. And they might have figured out how to get through Stro and Averse. I was already noticing Sketch was avoiding the Chronofluxes, trying to keep themselves safe from getting hit too much. The only thing that Sketch and Outcast need to make sure they do is to stick together enough that there is the defense. Because as soon as Sketch gets out of the way, Outcast gets focused hard. So you just see right now Averse changing targets immediately as soon as Sketch gets out of view.
Yeah, there he is, still managing to land all these incapacitates, but actually, it's this time we're seeing a little bit better play out of Outcast. He's managing to kind of beat Adverse in his own game, but Adverse will now have the aid of his teammates, and they've secured the 1v1 even more. The Dragon Slayer ultimate is available. He does have 2 targets. He can go ahead and pop it whenever he likes, but he will instead opt to just rain in the arrows from the sky, and a very, very low HP Outcast will be forced to fall even further and further away. Their Sketch very low on HP now, or sorry, at full HP compared to his very low HP ally. Will be trying to play aggressively here. The ultimate, the Dragon Slayer, is available, and there it is. The orb fell, but he was still able to grab the damage and the kill onto his opposition. That will Outcast instantly, and Sketch concedes defeat, given his low HP and dead ally. There's the series and the match. Now, in favour of Dream Crushers, they punch their ticket to the Grand Finals, looking to crush the dreams of everything in their way. I tried to do something clever, it didn't work out.
But still, that was beautiful, though. Beautiful game. Beautiful end with the Jumon combo there. Dragon Slayer through the orb into the recasted Black Arrow. That was wonderful to watch. Anyway, if you are all interested in joining this stuff, we're seeing some powerful teams here, but if you think, hey, me and my buddies, we can take these guys on. They're no problem whatsoever. Just gonna go deal with them. No big deal. Just get up here. Just deal with them. Stop them. Make sure that they know that they're not the only person who plays Battlerite well. And with a Brooklyn accent, because that happened.
Okay.
Anyway,
Right,
if you are
fair
interested,
enough.
go to play.prorl. Go to play.prorl.com, play.prorl.com. Sign up and see if you can deal with these guys.
But Shadow, what if I only follow people on Twitter?
Well, then you can go to @ShadowFury. I mean, sorry, I was myself.
Wow.
My fault. Wow, I'm sorry.
All right, Shadow, you're kicked off the broadcast. If you're interested in following PRL on Twitter, you can go to @ProRL on the Twitter. We're gonna have to beat up Shadow briefly over. Yeah, you're right. Actually, but we're gonna still have to lock Shadow in a locker for the time being. We're gonna be right back after we go ahead and murder him with the second semi-final right before the grand final. Don't go anywhere.
Damn it.
Her looks, I assume they come with a price. She's smiling, but that may just be a disguise. I wanna say hi, but I'm scared she'll kill me. Could we? Will we? Would she? Probably not. But I don't care, 'cause I know it's so rare. You're a guy like me to get a chance with a girl like her. And I won't waste that chance. 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 She got me low.
trying to hold on to gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're into the second semi-final of the night. This is, of course, the PRL $100 2v2 tournament. My name is still TJ, my co-host. Despite his self-promotion, we're just going to refer to him as Shadow, because if we did the full name, it would be like your Twitter, and you've already plugged that once too many times tonight. But we are into the match, and we do have NA Plebs over on the left side, Finlev and Arbs, and they're against Skywind and Hasgive, two of the best teams in North America, going head-to-head for your viewing pleasure in a best-of-3 semi-final.
Yes, indeed. I have not seen Skywing recently. They are now called Proficiency HQ. Last week they were Skywing. I saw them last week. They're definitely a team. They're definitely a contender, and we are going to see them pushing themselves against the real champions right now, NA Plebs, who have been getting consistently number 1 and number 2 in our tournaments. And as mentioned earlier, you can join our tournaments at play.prorl.com. And also, if you don't have Battlerite yet, or you want to get your friend into Battlerite, type !raffle into the Twitch chat, and you can possibly win a Battlerite Steam key. As well, if you're interested in following us on Discord, you have discord.gg/prorl. We have Battlerite tournaments on Saturdays and Rocket League tournaments 2v2 Sunday and 3v3 Monday, if that is what you're into. As well, if you want to follow us on Twitter, at ProRivalry. I hope that makes up for my previous gaffe. At Pro, capital P, Rivalry, capital R.
That was a lot of repayment. You covered all the bases.
No, I did not, because I also should point out our partners, Ellotalk, ellotalk.com.
Right. I think it's the Yellow Talk.
Oh, Yellow Talk? Fair enough.
I mean, I don't know that much, but I'm pretty sure Yellow stands for how you like sort players, and Ello is like a cool syllable. So I don't know.
Ello is actually the name of the guy who came up with the rating system.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just a word.
The more you know. We are right back into it, though. We are into the second semi-final of the night. Of course, Dream Crushers already await in the grand finals, but this best of 3 semi-finals between NA Plebs and Proficiency HQ, formerly known as Skywind GG or Skywing, depending on the day. These two teams should absolutely go to the very end.
Yeah, so we have the Pearl and Rukan. Hey, we haven't had a Rukan in the last few matches here. I don't recall seeing you cast a Rukan. Yeah, so the stream matches.
Skywind likes Rukan. I've seen him time and time again go in and pick this up, and he can do a very, very effective melee Rukan. I've seen that quite a bit. I really like it.
Ooh, that is going to be interesting, given that Finlev, we've already seen how much Finlev loves to separate out teams. If Skywind gets too aggressive, that could be very easily taken advantage of, but at the same time, if Skywind gets their positioning right, that melee Rukan is going to be a wonderful skill to have. And at this point, blue team making sure to stay together.
Arbs doing a bit of chip damage, Hasgive healing himself up, and look at this, already split up Skywind and Hasgive on other sides of the map. Finlev going in onto Hasgive, Skywind meanwhile going in on the backside. There's the Panic the Silence coming through Skywind, doing the ridiculous amounts of damage onto Finlev, but now he's been panicked to do all the clarity fast follows enough, but the heals are insane. Hasgive absolutely coming on top in that healing battle so far. Finlev down, though back at full HP. The bulwark does come out to prevent any damage coming in from the time being, but Skywind is reading him perfectly and absolutely dominating. The deadly injection does come through, providing a nice bit of backup. There's the crippling coup in Hasgive, absolutely melting the Wraithform though. There's the answer back, and there's a lot of damage coming through. Finlev will waste his ulti as Hasgive hits nice roll to dodge out of the way, but now Hasgiv is very, very low. The barrier and the Clarity Flask are just barely keeping himself alive, and there's the deadly injection that should secure victory as the shield now just single points of HP, and it does wear off. That will be the kill. The deadly injection off the back of the Petrify Bolt does pretty much guarantee Arbs will fall too.
That has got to be the most painful miss on an ultimate. Just because, I mean, it almost seemed like Finlev was going to just use the positioning to take advantage of it, get rid of Hasgiv, but it did not work out. Now Hasgiv with a deadly inject to finish off the round. So round 1 goes to Skywin and Hasgiv, but I got to say, I wasn't sure if Hasgiv was going to survive that. They were in a lot of pressure. It was a good choice of roll, but the direction was really risky. Into the wall, letting themselves be cornered.
Will now give the first point lead in the match over to Proficiency HQ. I definitely think that they are the team that deserves it with dominant performance right there. And I really loved how Skywin and Hasgiv were able to kind of keep Hasgiv alive. He was pinned against the wall. He was focused out early on, but Finlev and Arbs were just unable to finish it off.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question. If Finlev and Arb can get rid of Hasgiv, if they can actually finalize that, make that whole thing work out, then we should see a very different game. But that's really what's going to come down to. And at this point, Proficiency HQ needs to be very careful about this. Skywin taking a huge amount of damage, and that is where they want to avoid this. Skywin retreating as a result because they do not want to get too harmed. But at this point, Arbs and Finlev with full health, and the orb going to Arbs and Finlev to keep that secure.
Hasgiv with a nice Petrify Bolt, doubly so, and that'll be Skywin now going in decent damage, but the heals do come through. Arbs will still take most of the damage. That will be the return. Finlev peeking around the corner after Hasgiv. The Panic Bolt will land, driving him all the way around the corner. Arbs looking for something. Finlev will chase him down. The ultimate comes through. Deadly injection follows up Arbs. Very low on HP. The heals will come through for Finlev, but there's only so much they can do, and I regretfully say that Arbs is in a bit of a bad situation.
I gotta say though, Skywin being very, very cautious about using Claw of the Wicked, which they need to keep in mind. They need to keep in mind they have, because they are going to be needing to save their teammate, or possibly needing to save themselves. But that was a position there where it might have been useful. At this point though, the amount of control, the amount of crowd control coming in from Proficiency HQ is working out beautifully. It's just a matter of knowing how to best use that meter. Skywin, full meter, but are they going to use the EXs or are they going to go for the full ultimate?
There's the damage coming in. Nice valiant leap into the backline. Skywin will be doing a bit of damage. There's the ulti pumped, but it's instantly answered. Back at the heroic charge is ready. There it is, all the way into the backline. Hasgiv will fall. Meanwhile, it's a deadly injection focused down Skywin with a nice dodge at the front. Will now be in a very, very bad situation. The stun comes through, and the kill will follow through. The War Axe trembling today for the 1-1 series tie-up.
Gotta say though, earlier on in the middle of the round when Arbs took all that damage, that was a clarity potion. That was a really on-point clarity potion coming in from Hasgiv. So watch their clarity potions, because that got rid of about 80 health worth of shield just in an instant, thanks to that, allowing Arbs to actually take the damage. Sorry, 90 health worth of potion, or worth of shield, between Warshout and Barrier.
Arbs and Finlev will be just about ready to go. But they haven't gone ahead and finalised their Battlerites just yet. There they go. Leading on into it. It will be them about ready to go. Now, leaping on into it, I have to expect to see more of that. The separation of Hasgiv and Skywin was what won them that round. Skywin, he's already leaping and being stunned. The barrier comes through, but it's not nearly in time.
I gotta say, Skywin, I'm not sure why they're trying to stay inside here. I mean, they're going for Arbs. They get that much, and they are getting a lot of damage on Arbs. Arbs taking half their health down. But Skywin still separated from their teammate. Panic on Hasgiv as well, so Arbs, I mean, they're all alive. Skywin's taking a lot of damage on their own, but the barriers are coming in, so it's not a lot of permanent damage. Skywin still able to stay alive with basically all the damage they've dealt to Hasgiv. Sorry, protected from Hasgiv, dealt to Arbs, and keeping themselves in position. At least Hasgiv is out of position from getting attacked. Like, there's no way they're getting damage. And as I say that, Finlev wants to correct this mistake, correct this oversight. And not a bad heroic charge either, but the barrier should be able to keep that alive.
The damage coming in, oh, lots indeed coming out of Finlev, but he's now petrified, and the deadly injection follows through there. Be the shield off the back of the belly, and they will be able to grab Arbs very low. There's the Wraithball coming out. Finlev taking a decent amount of damage, but the Bulwark will result in a stun. The shout comes out to guarantee him a bit of shield. Hasgiv with the heals coming in from range needs to start worrying though, because Finlev is very aggressively chasing him down, doing the damage he can. There's the pull, the Claw of the Wicked, not quite able to finish off the Lucy just yet, but it will be shortly afterwards. Now, Finlev into the backline. backlines will be petrified and slain.
I gotta say though, I'm noticing those bulwarks are getting hit a lot. Skyward, especially when they're in ultimate, they're just going for ham. They're not letting up. They're not leaving any openings that allow them to bait out a bulwark. And that's letting them get stunned. Not ideal, but I can kind of see why they do it. It's just that those bulwarks, I think that really, that's going to be the big thing, is small things like that, especially if like a panic flask, if that gets reflected, that could be a big deal. Just to separate out, just to mess up the positioning for the red team.
There's Orbs and Coat just about ready to go in. Orbs now doing chip damage onto Hasgib, but the panic comes through. That means Finlove, he's temporarily all alone, and he overextends as they dodge the Valley Leap and do a decent amount of close range damage onto him right off the bat. The barrier does come through and he can be pinned against the wall. Skywind driven back. Their Shadow Bolt will land onto Orbs. Valiant Leap into the backlines. Finlove tearing apart Skywind and Hasgib here as the barrier comes through to buy him a little bit more time. There's the Claw of the Wicked extending onto Orbs to do a decent amount. The teleport into the backline will be good from Skywind, but he's going to be panicked out, and here's the separation between the two healers and their DPS.
Nice Claw of the Wicked on the center orb. That's exactly what I was worried about. That I was looking at the way blue team is positioning, and at this point we have Skywind pushing in. Oh, getting hit hard by the heroic charge, but not a big deal. And Bulwark is on cool. Oh, Bulwark getting avoided. Clarity Potion on the Bulwark from the looks of it, and that worked far better than any previous attempt. And that is Finlev gone. Ours will fall soon afterwards. And it's just a matter of time as far as this goes. The orb going to the red team once again. Good orb picks, because that's the one thing blue team, they were holding the center, and red team cannot allow that.
Well, Proficiency HQ over on the red side, now up 3-1. And that's exactly what they need to do. Just go ahead, play smart, get the kills as necessary. Great play by Hasgib over on that healing side to just maintain what's necessary to provide support for Skyward, not only with HP, with the direct, healing, but also in terms of landing the clutch panics, and more importantly, take care of himself. Great timing on the Petrifies every time Finlev tries to dive him. Great use just avoiding him with positioning. I'm loving Hasgib's play.
Yeah, Hasgib, I'm not sure if you noticed, round 3 went for the Swift Roll Battlerite. You don't see that a lot, but given how much Hasgib has been saved by using proper rolls, I can understand. It's been unconventional, but it's wise. And another split up, and Hasgib way out of the way. They are going to have the opportunity to roll out of there, and there they go, making sure to stay out of position, or stay into position, stay out of a bad spot. But unfortunately, that means Skywind is in a bad spot. And I mean, last match we saw Arbs was getting focused down really hard, but this time around, Hasgib not able to really help out. And nice push, nice shield dash on the orb. And it's enough. It does
said
work out.
Skywind was in a bad spot, and I fully agree, but then Skywind, he just ate the damage, he was fine with it, and he's actually still relatively okay. Now higher HP than Hasgib, because Hasgib is being driven back in the backline, so that's a nice predictive roll. You called out his ability to roll much faster earlier, but there's Finlev absolutely going in on Hasgib. There's the heroic charge, followed up by the shield bash, and it works fantastically. There's the ultimate coming out. The Wraith Board will not do enough damage, though Arbs is going to be fine thanks to a Petrify. Hasgib barely keeping himself alive at the same time. Shadow Bolt will be reflected right back into Skywind. Petrify does land onto Arbs temporarily in the backline. He will be isolated. The shot misses though. The Consume will be available if Skywind can somehow pull this out for his team. It will be huge.
Yeah, I gotta say that was really good timing on that ultimate, because the Bulwark was on cooldown when that happened, so it did force Finlev back. They did take the center orb, but it still forced him back. And the Petrify Bolt not really working out too. Actually, Petrify Bolt on both sides, stopping both non-healers. But Finlev is going to be going for that heroic charge as soon as they get the chance. And nice Reaping Scythe. But we will be seeing the heroic charge possibly finish off one of these players. They almost finished off Hasgib the first time, and a well-aimed, this is going to be it. This is the heroic charge coming in. There it is. And Hasgib not going down, managed to dodge out of the way. Proper roll. Well timed.
Damage trying to come in. Finlev looking for the kill, and he will be able to guarantee it now. Arbs and co should be able to finish off Skywind despite their early lead. Finlev's direct damage onto Hasgib set them up for victory in this round. Now they're looking to equalise the scoreline, and they get one step closer. 2-3 now, still in favour of Proficiency, but NA Plebs have stepped back up.
We just don't miss.
Yeah, although I've got to say, that at the very end of the round there, those are some perfect consumes coming in from Skywind. There wasn't enough support to really make them work out, and there was too much HP and too much directed fire from the opposing team, but still, perfect use of Consume there, just to keep them alive as long as possible. We see that in a 2v2 situation, that will keep the rounds going to red team.
Clarity Potion comes out to Arbs, trying to hold Skywind out of the action, and indeed it did work for the time being, but Hasgiv meanwhile doing a great job just holding his own against a very angry Finlev. There's the Valiantly Pin barrier, eats most of the damage, though Skywind will be stunned against the wall by the shield bash, and it will be Finlev still chunking some blood axes, but I do believe Hasgiv was the only player who took damage, and he instantly healed it back up. The Petrify Bolt does land, deadly injection out of Arbs, single-handedly holding the line, while Finlev goes ahead and grabs Orb. Great play.
Yeah, so at this point, with blue team taking the orb, I mean, they have had center control this whole game, and now, why is Hasgiv in the center? Hasgiv needs to get out of that center, needs to get back to their teammate. Skywind needs the help, and Hasgiv does not want to get pushed against a wall again, because the heroic charge is on the way. Panic Flask is absolutely necessary as long as red team can keep away from Finland, but a Panic Flask, again, putting Hasgiv into a worse position they could possibly be in. Did not have the opportunity to roll thanks to that panic, and now Hasgiv is almost dead. If they as long as they stay out of combat, they should be okay. But it's just a matter of making sure they manage to stay out of combat. Reaping Scythe getting stunned out thanks to the shield dash, which will stop Skywind from being able to heal up as they need to. Because given that Hasgiv and Skywind are currently separated, it's Skywind having to just basically sustain themselves.
Arbs, he's able to land that panic, which means the barrier is really the only thing keeping Hasgiv alive. Skywind, though, he makes the smart play. He uses Claw of the Wicked on the orb, pulls it close, and then Shadow Bolt's it, able to grab it instantly. But the panic, the focus coming in, the Consume eats a little bit of damage, but Finlev is able to do so much. Now he returns, Hasgiv will be pinned against the wall, the barrier keeping him alive, but only so much that barrier can do. And now the ultimate is finally available, but Skywind is so very low. That will be the kill off the back of the heroic charge. Hasgiv in similar dire straits. Barrier popped off the back of a panic. Very nice timing on the hole, and it will be a Clarity Potion to keep him alive, but he will finally concede defeat as the damage does come in. Tied up scoreline 3-3, and now Pleb's able to answer back.
I've got to say, Skywind's going to be pissed off about that. I mean, you saw what happened. You saw how far away Skywind was from that hitbox. It was right at the edge of the heroic charge hitbox, and it still grabbed them. That's always a bit of a pain when that happens. We'll see if Skywind has the mental resilience to push past that. I'm sure they do at this stage. I'm sure they've had that happen a lot of times. But as it is, that is still frustrating when it happens. They are, however, putting a lot of pressure onto Arbs, though Arbs' barriers are keeping them alive without taking any permanent damage.
There is the push in as Arbs and Co do a decent amount onto Skywind. He will be able to keep himself alive. Arbs healing himself back up in the backlines. Petrify landing on the Finlev will guarantee Orb for Skywind and Co as they do manage to walk away with Efficiency HQ with a temporary HP lead. But I say temporary, and that might be correct because there's the damage coming out. Arbs actually is able to get back for the time being. Nice Claw of the Wicked answered by a Petrify. Meanwhile, of course, it will be almost exactly the same story on the other side of Finlev as Petrify in return. There's the ultimate, the Wraith Force coming out, and it will be a decent amount of damage, but it's answered back by an Incapacitate off the back of the Valiant Leap. Great damage. And now Finlev and Skywind, unbeknownst to each other, walking very, very close.
I'm noticing that Finlev is no longer answering the ultimates with Bulwark, despite the fact that that's pretty much the right move. That's the move to do. But it hasn't been happening, and Sinister Strike on the orb, keeping up the red team. Or it looked like it. I think it was actually stolen by the blue team. Either way, though, Finlev and Arbs still maintaining half health, and the red team just gradually losing more and more health. Small hits here in the Deadly Inject on top of the shield dash, but with the Petrified Bolt, this does leave the opening for Arbs. Another barrier coming in, and the Clarity Potion not hitting the barrier. So at this point is coming to subtle things, but just a matter of who will hit their abilities at this point. For next round. This round seems to be pretty much focused for the blue team. However, one ultimate, last-ditch ultimate, what is that going to do? That is not going to work. Oh, I was so hoping that would actually pay off.
This is the second game in a row we've seen the come from behind victory. Not only the come from behind victory, but this is the second game in a row we've seen the come from behind victory set up from the blue side. This time at Proficiency HQ, they went up 3-0. NI Plebs, they answered back. They've been grinding out one round at a time, round after round now. They've taken the lead for the first time in this map. That will be 4-3 in their advantage. Arbs trying to provide the healing, but Finlev will be able to escape for the time being.
Yes, this is going to come down once again to hitting, and nice dodge there. Valiant Leap avoiding the Shadow Bolt. Consume getting used up though, so it does actually work out. Heals down a little bit, gets a little bit of charge going on there, and Finlev being forced back thanks to that. And Finlev taking all the heat. I mean, they're actually taking a decent amount of permanent damage, which is exactly what Red Team needs to do. It's just a matter of as long as either Finlev or Arbs takes permanent damage, particularly Finlev, and none of them take damage, especially Hasgiv. Hasgiv has taken no permanent damage so far. Skywind has taken a fair amount, and actually Skywind's taken increasing pressure. And the Deadly Inject, the barrier to stop that Claw of the Wicked from doing what it needs to do, and the Heroic Charge to finish the job, or very nearly. The Consume is what's needed, but how well will this heal? Barrier to save Skywin, and between the barrier and all the self-healing, Skywin managing to get back in, but the orb going for the blue team, which keeps the red team on their toes.
The clarity potion coming out from Hasgive. Shadow Bolt will follow up. Long range damage is in effect. Finlev and Orbs, though, they're looking for a way. Nice long range petrify by Orbs. Although I say nice, I'm not entirely sure what cause that was for. It will be the pull from Skywin, able to use the Claw of the Wicked to save his teammate for the time being. But now actually his teammate is the higher HP than him, so it might be just as good as if he let him go ahead and take his own fight. Finlev should be able to grab Orb for his team. Orbs taking decent damage from the Shadow Bolt, but the two players over on the red side aren't so separated. Finlev going in, and Hasgive taking so much damage. Finlev won't be able to finish off the kill with the Blood Axe, and it will be a roll to dodge Orbs. In the meantime, Barrier comes out at just the right time, and the heals coming through are absolutely insane. Nice Claw of the Wicked to go ahead and buy a little bit more time. There's the ultimate, the Raid 4 coming through, but the stun does end the day for Skywin. It will be the Petrify Bolt going through. Hasgive with the Barrier does buy himself some time, but he will fall nonetheless. And that's game one in favour of NA Plebs, but we still have potentially 2 more to go.
Yeah, that was really good make-up play by the end there from Hasgive, though. I mean, that roll, that was risky and low health, but they still managed to juke away from all the different shots that were coming in there, although one, I suppose, could say that Arbs missed, but really it was that it didn't hit. That's the important thing. So at this point, it's just a matter of whether or not as long as Skywin and as long as that team, as long as they can keep themselves, as long as Hasgive and Skywin, they can keep themselves in a position that is pretty solid. They have solid play. They've got that all sorted out. It's just a matter of making sure that they don't make the mistakes that force them to really pull out the clutch plays, because those clutch plays are awesome. But from a position of strength, it would be perfect.
Well, we are going to be back in just a few moments with the second game of this series. Before we do throw to a break, though, please do remember we do have the ongoing raffle for 1 Battlerite Steam code. So go ahead and enter that now with exclamation point raffle, because it will be drawn immediately after this series.
Born from the ashes. 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 Born from the. You can't suffocate my spirit. 'Cause I'm the king on my own throne, King on my own throne, my own throne. You'll never see me fall. You'll never see me fall. Watch me reign, and I'll slay them all. Slay them all. You'll never steal the rain. And I'll slay them all. Slay them all. You'll never steal the throne.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second semi-final of the night. We are back into the PRL $100 2v2 tournament. My name is still TJ, my co-caster is still Shadow, and the two teams are still NA Plebs and Proficiency HQ. And these are still, I should emphasize the still, two of the best teams in North America.
Yes, and at this point we do have one up for NA Plebs. They are managing to stay in the game, but that was a hard-fought battle. It took them a while to get back in, and we did see for quite a bit of time there, Proficiency HQ had their number. Now the question is, will Proficiency HQ maintain that, or will the momentum completely shift over to NA Plebs? And NA Plebs changing. Whoa,
maybe.
or potentially. FinLab seems to be unsure.
They're cycling through, but they've locked in the Lucy still over on Arbs, and Skywind and Hansgive are still hovering over their same respected champions, so I suspect we won't see any change. Oh, the last second older out of Hansgive. Maybe. I'd love to see an older out of Hansgive.
That would make for, well, Chronofluxes. I mean, Chronofluxes to just throw off Arbs entirely. Actually, Finlev and Arbs, as mentioned a couple rounds ago, and when you deal with Bako and Lucy, there's a lot of projectiles thrown around. There's a lot of Blood Axes, there's a lot of Panic Bolts, there's a lot of Petrified Bolts, loads of things being thrown around, and a good Chronoflux, which we'll hopefully see because Hasgive has confirmed the older, that will be beautiful if thrown out properly.
That's a very interesting pickup. We've been seeing a lot of older recently because I do think he is one of the more capable kind of healers in terms of keeping himself alive. He's very, very good at just maintaining both his own HP and running the utility necessary to do damage while maneuvering around the map. So I genuinely think it's going to be a very interesting counter, and I think it's the right call. When you lose game one like that, you go, they've read us perfectly. We need to throw something new into the works. Let's try older.
Yeah, and Older's combos as well on top, like just Chronobolt into Quicksand into, Sands of Time into Quicksand into Sands of Time into Chronobolt. That whole setup, like the damage that deals, like Older is for a ranged healer pretty much the best for damage. Like that's all the damage because, I mean, every time Sands of Time goes off, that's 12 damage right away.
Well, hopefully we will be able to get right into it and begin to see the effect of this older pickup. And it should definitely be interesting. Older and Rukon, a bit of a bizarre combination. I haven't seen too much of it in the past. We already see a Quicksand flying out the route, landing, and Hasgive is so far doing his job.
And at this point, Red Team staying together. We do have a nice Consume come out, and a nice Chronoflux as well, stopping Lucy from being able to do anything. Arb's not able to Panic Bolt or Petrify or whatever because that Chronoflux is in the way. But the Clarity Potions coming in, I mean, Sands of Time stopping that with Clarity Potions is a little tempting. We might see some clutch plays near the end of the game when that happens. The Valiant Leap forcing Shifting Sands out of Hasgive, but Hasgive still going strong at full health.
Skyward into the backlines, there's the Rainform pop, but he's going to be blown out by a Panic and a Clarity Potion. He's completely driven into the corner. That's a complete waste of the ultimate, and he stuns himself immediately afterwards. That's got to be self-inducing. Now the Deadly Injection and Shield Bash combo is deadly indeed. They will be able to grab Orb over on the red side, able to keep their HP up for the time being, and Hasgive will fall back around the corner with the Shifting Sands returning to his kind of ranged chip roll.
And Shifting Sands as well, I mean, that's keeping them out of the position, which is a bit of a problem because at this point, Hasgive very much pressured by Finlev. I'm surprised we don't see any real attack. Okay, there's the Stone Glass. That's allowing Hasgive to get out of there, getting back into the proper position where they're near their teammate. I'm still surprised that we aren't seeing a lot of Chronobolts or anything. I see, there's the time travel. I was wondering when that was going to happen because that was the entire prep work. Time travel into Wraith form, and that is going to be completely worthless thanks to the Bulwark. That Bulwark is such a big deal. Finlev throwing out that Bulwark once again, back into that play, and it's paying off once again. Wow, there we go. Nether Void to avoid the heroic charge. Unfortunately, the health was too low to survive the following Blood Axe, but the right play nonetheless. And first round of this second game, rather, goes straight to NA Plebs.
Like water and oil.
Arb's able
we
to
just
pick it
don't
up
mix.
in very, very easy fashion. I mean, I say easy, it's obviously not easy, but it was still impressive considering the skill level of these two teams that NA Plebs were able to walk away with it like so. Hopefully, we will be able to see just as much of a back and forth as we saw in the last few games, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Hasgive should be relying on such a time travel though. Like I see some Chronofluxes, that's good. Some Stone Glass, also good. Chronobolt is one of those things that is surprisingly powerful as the DPS move, because that's the thing that I think Hasgive has to worry about, is the fact that, yeah, Lucy's the defense support, Older's kind of the offense support. I mean, Sirius is obviously melee, but as far as range goes, yeah, Older's pretty much your main damage supplying support.
Arms doing a bit of chip damage now, but there's the Valiant Leap on in. The Bulwark will come through, and that's a lot of very aggressive play out of this Barco, but he's instantly paying for it. Tons of damage flying through. Finlev will be able to keep himself alive, and now he's returning the favour. The stun comes in. Skywind taking an awful lot, and it will be the Chrono Flux to buy a little bit of space for Skywind to do his work, but he's not winning his battle versus this Lucy of Arbs. Arbs is tearing him apart so far. Finlev with a perfect read to go ahead and just smash Skywind. He is just being demolished.
And there is nothing but chip damage coming in from the red team. Like, there's a lot of potential for bursting between the Sands of Time and Quicksand stuff, but none of that's being set up in the way that it needs to be, so red team is losing everything, and there we go! Finlev just wrecking face, and Finlev and Arbit both at essentially full health, or very nearly full health for max health.
2-0 now in favour of NI Plans as they lock down round after round. They will be continuing the momentum from that very last game, just dominating, and I love it. I love seeing this play work out. They're able to kind of pick up what they read from last game and say, they might have changed rosters, but they haven't changed their play style, and we are still going to demolish them. We can see Skywind and Hasgive, they separated. They went individually after players, and they got shut down.
Not only that, Hasgive and Skywind are consistently going on either side of the right wall. Every single opening, just about. Skywind's going below, Hasgive's going above, which is not working out well because they don't end up getting to the other side before NA Plebs gets in position. Now, at this point, both players going to the top, making sure to stick together this time. The smart play, not quite going to the center, a little bit skittish about that, which kind of makes sense. They've been losing a lot from the center, but still, as long as they can keep that burst damage up, and it's just a matter of making sure the Sands of Time gets in. The Sands of Time, of course, completely nullifiable by Clarity Potion.
Slightly been Finlev with a nice reflect onto Skywind. He will be able to fall back, and there's the damage flying through Arms, able to land a panic to Quicksand. Follow-up is good, and there is a decent amount now onto Arms. Maybe Arms begins to regret his actions.
Not at all. Arms had barrier up there. It was a perfectly timed barrier to avoid that Sands of Time Chrono Bolt combo. The right combo with the wrong timing, and barrier once again working beautifully. This is the thing. At this point, Finlev and Arbs are taking very little permanent damage thanks to smart use of shields.
I don't believe this Older can even keep himself alive. He's being panicked into the corner. He can't provide healing out. The Clarity Potion, the deadly injection. That's huge. Skywind taking so much damage as he's driven up against the wall. The Bulwark, followed by the barrier, will do quite a bit in terms of soaking up the damage. There's the Wraithform ultimate flying out, but Finlev isn't scared. Finlev ain't afraid to know ghosts, and he's continuing to tear apart Skywind.
I mean, I'm liking seeing these Chrono Fluxes, but unfortunately the positioning has not been great, and so Arbs and Finlev, Arbs in particular has still been able to heal up, still been able to panic, still been able to not really petrify as much, but deadly injects, that's the big thing that they've been doing, and it's been working out beautifully. Now, the one thing is, with that Valiant Leap, that's pushing, and Valiant Leap into Shield Dash, pushing, has given in the corner, Skywind also in the corner, one good shot will finish off and consume to avoid that one last shot.
Skywind managing to dodge all the damage so far after instantly losing the first matchup versus Lucy. He's somehow managed to keep himself alive. It will be Finlev now chasing him, but the teleport away is smart, but he will almost, no, he dodges the Valiant Leap too. The renew comes through, but the stun will be too much. He can't keep himself alive for that long. Hasgive not able to pop his ultimate in time. I believe he was trying to pop that time travel, though. There it is now, flying out. If he can land it on Finlev, it could be huge, but Finlev reads it perfectly. Valiant Leap for the incapacitate. The deadly injection follow-up is good, and the shield bash into the wall will secure the victory 3-0 now in favour of NI Plebs.
And I gotta say, it was a risky play to go for Older, and I don't think that Hasgive has practiced Older anywhere as much as they've clearly practiced Lucy. They had their Lucy, especially their Clarity Potion game, on point, and there's a lot of shields that are going up that I think Skywind is still kind of in the muscle memory that Hasgive is going to get rid of them, because Hasgive has been consistently getting rid of those shields, Clarity Potions. But Older can't do that. Older doesn't have anything for that purpose. All they can really do is supply damage or damage that will eventually go off.
Finlev and Arbs ready to leap back into the action. They need, like you were saying, to just keep up this pacing. They're doing a great job so far. Hasgive, by contrast, needs to find some way to make more of an impact on his Elder, and I really don't feel like he's having too much just yet.
Well, it's really going to come down to time, because Hasgive has the right ideas when it comes to combos. They have the right ideas when it comes to Chrono Flux. It's really just been down to when they put it down, where they put it down, making sure that it's actually getting in the way of what needs to be done, what Arbs and Finlev are trying to do. And at this point, another wasted Chrono Flux, and good Nether Void to get out of there. So we got Skywind at least keeping themselves alive when they were about to get focused down.
Petrifying Bolt onto Skywind buys a little bit of time. Deadly Injection follow-up. That's a lot of damage out of Arbs as he continues to just dominate on this quote-unquote support role. He's doing an insane amount of damage. Finlev will be looking for the follow with the Blood Axe, but it's instead the Quicksand to do a decent amount onto Art. Finlev and Co. will begin advancing forward yet again. Skywind able to grab Orb for his side, and the Claw of the Wicked does answer back, but the Quicksand will miss. And there's the stun into the wall. So much damage. The ultimate follow-up answered by the Time Travel. That's a great teleport, but the whole time Skywind is suffering. He's almost losing a battle, dominantly so, versus a Lucid.
And that good consume at the very end. That they needed that, but it doesn't. I don't know how much it's going to matter. The Valiant Leap trying to avoid that damage, and the consume also there, but once again it's thrown out there, making sure to avoid any issues coming in. But the Bulwark stun with the Nether Void to get out of there, forcing the meter usage. So Hasgive, that was something they needed to protect for, but unfortunately they weren't really there for the teammate. And now with the Reaping Scythe coming in, I mean the max health Skywind isn't going to help out. So Reaping Scythe good for damage, not good for healing, and there's the incapacitate from the War Stomp to finish off the round.
And that will be match point, series point for NA Plebs. They're 1-1 away from punching their ticket to the grand finals, where they'll face off against Dream Crushers. There is still a chance, however slight, for Proficiency HQ. So they win every round after this. They will secure a map 2, or sorry, a map 3, but it needs to start now.
Yeah, hopefully Hasgive has figured out the exact points to put in their damage. I think Skywind, it seems like they're getting a bit more of an idea that the shields are not going to go away except over time. I didn't notice quite as much damage on the shields, a little bit, but nowhere near as much. However, I almost think that Hasgive and Skywind are getting a little bit overwhelmed in terms of just getting into those fights where they're just, and Skywind in particular is getting into fights where they're losing half their health in an instant.
I mean, he's picking fights with Arbs on the Lucy, and Arbs is destroying him. Every single time he takes the fight with Arbs, and Arbs just says, alright, you what, mate? And destroys him at close range. There's the Clarity Potion coming out. Decent amount of damage out of that nice Quicksand, but it's not nearly enough.
Yeah, and Arbs did take a bit of permanent damage, but now being focused away, and Finlev just making sure to stay in between Arbs and Skywind, because if Skywind gets anywhere near Arbs again, I think Skywind's kind of figured out how Arbs sets up. And once again, Skywind in a position to take out Arbs, but Finlev in between Skywind and the teammate, Hasgive able to get some healing in, and actually Hasgive with a decent setup for healing, decent setup for time travel. There's the time travel up, and not hitting, unfortunately, but Finlev very close to death, so there is still a bit of a chance here that Finlev could be focused down to kill.
There's the bulwark coming through. Orb needs to happen for the blue side, but no, Skywind's going to be able to grab it. And now this is a very, very low HP Finlev, able to keep himself alive with a little HP nuggets around the outside. He will receive the healing necessary to keep himself going. Skywin throwing out Shadowbolt after Shadowbolt, playing very skittishly now. And there's the Quicksand. Arbs taking damage and Root. Not quite enough to be permanent, I don't think, but definitely enough to be a nuisance. Ultimate should be available for almost all the players on the battlefield in just a few moments. There's the stun instantly flying in, though the Quicksand follow-up isn't nearly enough, because Skywin, he's already taken almost permanent damage. There's the time traveling. Great stun potential, but he's going to be instantly eaten up. Skywin is going to be able to survive, but only by the skin of his teeth, and doesn't have nearly enough HP to proc his own ultimate ability, which is almost charged.
Yeah, that heroic charge basically saved Arbs indirectly. If Finlev had not done that, we would have seen time travel straight into Wraith form, and that would have been a dead Arbs, and that would have probably been a round going away from NA Plebs. So NA Plebs wouldn't have gotten the shutout in game 2. But at this point, Skywin is such low health. Getting the orb though, so there we go. Skywin back in this.
And that's exactly what they need. Maybe they can play off that nice dodge of the Valiant Leap 2 ultimate. Now pop, but Skywin, he's pushed against the side. There's the time travel. Yet again, Orbs the focus, stun, and taking so much damage. The silence comes through. This could be a lot of damage, and it is. Somehow, Skywin, they're now in the lead. There's Finlev looking for the damage necessary. The stun will come through, and it will be Finlev trying to do a bit of damage here. He is able to get a decent amount of chip, but he's definitely still behind in the HP.
Well, it's that pressure play. It seems like Skywin and Hasgive, now that they're under a lot of pressure, they're getting into this. They're figuring out how to do it. They're being careful. That's the biggest thing. Once Skywin got down to near death, they were so much more careful. And yeah, it didn't allow them to kill right away, but it did keep them on their toes and make sure that they were not getting too cocky, which paid off. Paid off beautifully.
Now 1 point to their name, finally on the board in this map, and it will be Arbs and Finlev looking for the way on in. There's the stun instantly. Hasgive biting off a bit more than he can chew. Finlev will be pulled in by the Claw of the Wicked. Skywin trying to do the damage necessary to answer right back, but it's not quite enough just yet as the panic lands. Hasgive is yet again under fire, and Finlev needs to be pulled off of him.
And now Finlev pushing Skywin into the wall with the stun, with the deadly inject. Chronoflux try to save things, but all that pressure going into, well, Skywin getting out of there. Nether Voiding out of there, taking the center. Nether Void and shifting sands into the center. Red team figures, well, it worked before to get the orb, it'll work now to get the orb, and they're probably right, but at this point, they didn't deal anywhere near as much damage to the blue team before taking that orb as they did last game.
There's the pull, direct claw of the wicked, and maybe Finlev, if he can be kept off of his ally here, it could be enough for the panic lands on the Skywin that drives him into the wall. He's not relevant for the time being, and the Shadow Ball will be cancelled. There's the recast coming for a missing, but the claw of the wicked, that's huge. There's the time travel, but Housekeeping completely wastes the ulti. That's a complete disaster.
That was good try of coordination of the Claw of the Wicked into the time travel. Saw that coming, but it seemed to not quite work out. There was a push away afterwards, which completely nullified it. And at this point, though, we have... Oh man, we had Haz given in the wall, but a good stone glass stopping that from becoming deadly. And while it is true that Finlev and Arm do have the health advantage, Skywin and Hazgive trying to reposition themselves onto the mouse for the repositioning. And, ooh, that's a bit risky for Arbs. Not super risky, though. Arbs still in a good position. They have almost all of their HP still available for healing. But that is not going to be easy. I think this is very much an uphill battle.
Orb snatched by the red team now. That's one of the tools they needed for victory. And will be Finlev will do a bit of chip damage, deadly injection following through, but it will be a nice escape. There's the Valiant Levo time travel to escape that, but it doesn't manage to proc anything. And now Skywin and Housekeep, they've wasted these ultis time and time again, and now they might begin paying for it. Oh, Orb for no, Skywin not able to snipe it. Now he's out in the open, consuming so much damage, but Finlev, he's still coming. Ulti not popped. It is available to Claw of the Wicked lands, but instead it's reflected right back at him. Great reads by Skywin, and now just looking for the Shadow Bolts. The Claw of the Wicked won't be enough because his ally is frozen all alone.
Once again, so much chip damage. The Shadow Bolt is dealing a fair amount of burst, but even then, it's difficult for that to stay up, for the damage numbers to stay up. And another orb for the blue team, and that meter has been held on to. Nothing has been built up from that. No reaping sides, nothing else. No ultimates, a few other orbs here and there, but really not a whole lot to work with it. And certainly no Claws of the Undying. And that double kill at the very end for Finlev and Arbs, just taking that back. Really, it just came down to the chip damage not working out enough. And I should probably point out, point of order, some people are asking in chat how the recovery works. So in Battlerite, everyone has their health, and they have a max health. And when your health, your proper health, the actual number that's there, goes below 40 of your max health decreases as well. You can only ever heal up 40 HP unless you get the center orb or the green healing orbs. If you're going through healing abilities from either your rights or from supports, you are not going to heal any more than 40 HP at most from your current HP. Also,
we'll be back. Oh, you're right.
Wait.
There is something we need to attend to first. Shadow, can you run that for a second?
I sure can. So, big news. There's a raffle that's been going on this entire tournament. You can be entering in by typing in !raffle into the Twitch chat. If you do so, you will be entered into a raffle for a free Battlerite Steam key. So if you want to start playing and have been really enjoying this tournament, or you have a friend and you want to bring them in for some nice 2v2s with a proper team, which I must recommend because that is easily the best way to play this game is with a friend, then enter that raffle. If you win, congratulations, and that will be happening right before the finals. So we will be getting on that in a few minutes after the break. So stay tuned for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is the moment you've all been waiting for. No, not the grand finals. The free stuff. Shadow, I entered the giveaway. What do you think the chances are that I win?
At this point, it's probably like 1 in 2 or 300. But despite that, well, you asked for me to be honest.
I did not ask for you to be honest.
You're
What
right.
part of that
you just asked for
question
exact numbers.
was honesty.
Fair enough. But if you want to have a chance to win a free copy of Battlerite for Steam Key, you can type in !raffle. You have another 30 seconds or so to type that in before we announce the lucky winner of that Battlerite key. So if you've been excited about this tournament, been getting very hype about all these matches, which have been hype indeed, and you want to play the game, or you have a friend you want to bring in and get them to play with you so you can possibly challenge these teams and maybe win the tournament yourself, win the $100 for yourself, type in !raffle for that chance to win.
And Shadow, if I wanted to go ahead and take part in the tournament myself, would I go ahead and follow at Shadow Fury? Oh wait, no, that's not. Damn, that's the wrong Twitter account.
Well, thanks for the promotion. At least it's not self-promotion this time. But yes, you would actually follow at Pro Rivalry, capital P, capital R. And if you want to actually sign up, go to play.prorl.com. That's play.prorl.com. And if you want to follow us on Discord, go to discord.gg/PRL. We also have Rocket League tournaments if you're into that, because that's a cool game. That is Sundays for 2v2 and Mondays for 3v3. And we have the winner. Congratulations, Lordelino. You win the free Battlerite Steam key, Lordelino. Well done to you, or at least congratulations. The Steam key is yours.
Well, hopefully he will speak up and receive that Steam key. Of course, in the meantime, although it is, infinitely less important, we do have something called a grand final still coming your way, and let me tell you, I am hyped. We will be watching LA Plebs head-to-head against Dream Crushers. Two of the best teams in North America, head-to-head, as they should be in the grand finals of this $100 tournament. I cannot wait.
Yep, and also, if you want more esports news and general gaming news, you can go to elotalk.com. They're our partners, so you can go check them out as well, because they're with us.
Wow. Okay. I didn't realize it was an us and them thing, but okay. Anyway,
well, we're together.
We will be right back after a very quick break when we do have the grand finals coming your way.
I
cannot
wait.
wait.
Sorry, there's...
the grand oh.
No, I think Lordelino might not have been in chat. No, Lordelino's in chat. What's going on?
I don't know. I mean, people want to reroll. That's the thing.
Weird. Okay, so apparently Lordelino's not here. I could probably give it to them later. Actually, I don't know.
I mean, worst case, a reroll will be cool, but I will leave that over to the admins and their smart person skills. We have a job to do. We get to go cast a grand final in just a few moments, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PRL $100 GBT tournament. It is with great pleasure that I get to say, we finally made it, Shadow.
It's
We're
the
in the grand
finals.
finals.
It is
My
the
name
grand
TJ.
finals.
My co-caster is Shadow, and we're into the grand finals between NA Plebs and Dream Crushers. I cannot wait. If I had to nail a prediction out of you, Shadow, if I tied you to a stake, something along those lines, who do you call?
Sheesh. I would call NA Plebs. I mean, they've already won 2 tournaments so far. They went #1 last time. Although, we were seeing Stronoverse do a lot of really good plays. They were really upping their game. I mean, their old playstyle with the rooting, that was working out, but they were also adding in the incapacitates off the black arrows. Sorry, incapacitates off of prowls, and the black arrows were obviously being used to trigger that, as well as the standard hunter arrow. So their crowd control playstyle has just gotten better. While on the other hand, I mean, Finlev and Arbs, they're always good for the positioning. But when you're dealing with 2 range-based heroes, I mean, last time we saw with Older and Rakan, it's a little bit tricky, but with Older and Jumong, I can see that being a lot harder to set up and keep that positioning advantage going.
Well, like you were talking about, we do have, of course, our team comps in. You're staying with what you'd expect over on Team NA Plebs, known in the past as ASDF. They've been dominant on this Lucy Barco combo. On the other side, you have Older and Jumong.
So we're starting out, and we already have the opening. It looks like everyone's going for the relatively standard Battlerite picks, and we have a few little pokes here. Not a whole lot of engagement, no shield dashes so far. There's the Valiant Leap, there's the engagement, and bouncing off of wow, I can't run. Time Bender, there we go. Bouncing off the Time Bender, and the Incapacitate coming in as well. No, not Incapacitate, Arrow Rain from there.
We have Blood Axe coming out of Finland in the meantime, trying to find a way on in. He's going to be going for that orb, not quite nailed it yet. There it is, orb for the blue side, and it'll be a time better to blow back Finland, but there's the Blood Axe still coming through the black arrow from Adverse. Won't be enough to land, though. The Incapacitate, that's huge. The arrow's raining from the sky, and a lot of focus on the Finland. He's definitely suffering.
And Black Arrow's not managing to really hit their marks. So Verse having a bit of a hard time hitting the blue team, but at this point, Finlev has taken so much damage that I'm not sure if it's making a big difference. It is making a small difference, though.
The ulti is available over on Finland. The second he gets somebody pinned against the wall or like that, but no, the time travel has the perfect read. This stun won't land though, because he's read that too. There is the Valiant Leap to go ahead and dodge the time travel and indeed do a little bit of damage onto Stroke 2. The panic does land, followed by a Blood Axe out of Finland. That will be a decent amount of damage onto Advert, who's now being driven further and further back. Stroke, victim of a Valiant Leap. The bulwark protects against any range damage that will come through. The shield dash does do a decent amount of damage too, and the Petrify, the stone glass will buy even more time.
I think at first I was actually waiting for that bulwark to be on cooldown, but it's back off cooldown again, so they need to make sure that they're not throwing a Dragon Slayer. Sure they want to, and now with the bulwark off cooldown, we should be seeing a Dragon Slayer any second now, just to finish the job. The health are so low, fully charged Dragon Slayer against a wall should finish it, but it's going to be risky.
The Chrono Flux in play. Going for Finlev and Co will be able to guarantee it for their side. The blue side now with the HP advantage in the map, 53% to 37, but that's definitely not a long-term deal as the Blood Axe flies out yet again. Strome will be driven back around the corner. Chrono Flux to return Finlev's weaponry right back to him, but he's still going to dive into the backlines, and he's still going to demolish Stro, who's now very, very low, able to escape around the corner. Adverse though, pinning his opposition to the wall. Arbs with just slivers of HP. The Warshout will heal him up for the time being. Time Pepper blows back Finlev. He can't quite land the final bit of damage onto Strode. The shifting sands yet again able to dodge and survive by the skin of his teeth. He finally does fall down, and Arbs, despite his own low HP, does have the advantage.
Arbs has been perfect on those shields. That entire setup, that entire fight between Arbs and Reverse, Arbs just had all the shields going on. They left with more health than they started with, thanks to between the shields and the healing. They had no problem surviving that. So it's a little difficult for Reverse. Reverse has a fair amount of, well, okay, it's slow, but they do have a fair amount of burst damage coming out from the Seeker Arrow, or rather the Steady Shot. Actually, Seeker Arrow would also be a good idea because that would just bounce a few times. But it wasn't coming out, so the burst damage not coming out, Versus having a hard time really pinning Arbs to the wall and really forcing Arbs to actually take that pressure onto them.
We will see the second round Battlerite coming out, and of course 1-0 now in favour of NA Plebs. You predicted them as the winners, kind of tentatively. You didn't commit. You dodged the question, much like a modern politician would, but you did kind of favour NA Plebs in your analysis. So I'm gonna go ahead and predict. I'm gonna go ahead and predict that you predicted NA Plebs and say that your favourites to win are now winning.
Well, yeah, that's definitely working out the way I expected. I mean, there is, of course, still another whole match after this one, depending on how... Well, obviously,
I have a
either
question
way...
for you. If NA Plebs had been losing, would you say, I never really kind of nailed down the prediction, it could have gone either way?
No, I would have kept going. I mean, it would have been an upset, I suppose, but, well, it's still a lot of rounds left. They haven't won yet, they haven't lost yet.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the petrify bolt coming out, and it will be the dash for the orb. Great valiant link to do so. And will be Arms able to dodge. No, not actually able to dodge that. Quicksand taking decent damage. Of course, in the meantime, Adverse is being roasted alive by Finlev, who's at very close range. There's the ultimate flying through. 90, 80 HP left on Adverse, now crumbling 50, 40, and just continuing to fall as the deadly injection comes in. Slivers of HP. The Black Arrow will allow him to disengage for the time being without the stun to focus on to Stro. There's a nice panic, and the follow-ups are absolutely fantastic. Adverse, he can't help, but there is the time travel. That could be huge. The stun coming in, followed by the quicksand. Lots of damage. Arbs, he's just crumbling.
I don't know why we're not seeing enough prowls, though. Averse, there we go. There's the prowl. There's the incapacitate. I'm a bit curious about the lack of predation, though. Prowl is great, but when you have a predation for the healing, at this point, it's pretty much necessary. Averse is so low on HP. They're forced to stay out of the fight. I mean, thankfully for Jumong, that's not a big deal, but still, that is hard.
There's the range fight. Oh, lots of damage off the back of the ultimate. There's the Dragon Slayer to come through and grab the kill. Great play out of Adverse. And now suddenly, despite being behind, they're up a champion. Finlev all alone. Orb will go to the red side, allowing them a little bit of healing and the EX charge necessary to finish off this fight. There's the Chrono Flux buying the time, and it will be the Baco falling.
Nice 1-on-1. Averse managing to stay alive, taking a bit of damage early on, but good survival there. As I recall correctly, they actually took a heroic charge to the face, but they were nowhere near death at the time, so didn't ultimately cause any adverse effects. I'll whip myself later. So starting out the next round, we're 1-on-1 even match, and we have again. Oh, are we going to see another charge? No, actually, Mount using the Mount again in as close as possible. Shield dash stun. Doesn't manage to do a huge amount of damage, but still pushing red team out of the center. That's the important thing here.
The Arms is able to provide the healing in the backlines, looking grand first, but the arrows are raining from the sky the whole time, doing decent damage. The barrier comes through, Chrono Flux returning a lot of damage right back to the center. Finlev will be going after the Orb. Nice use of his shield bash to go ahead and start drag it out of the range of that quicksand, and he'll be now hunting for that extra bit of damage. There's the bulwark eating everything that could be coming the way, and the damage onto Adverse is huge. Adverse and his allies petrified, so Adverse is definitely going to take significant damage, and you might even pull here as the renew isn't enough. The Black Arrow barely keeps alive. The Prowl around the corner, that will be enough for him to survive for the time being. The petrify and the root will hold his enemy at range. The panic bolt onto his opposition now, but in terms of HP, they're somehow still on top with 24%.
Well, I gotta say, those Chrono Fluxes from Stro, that's how you use Chrono Flux. You saw the last game, there was Chrono Fluxes being used, they weren't super effective. These are super effective Chrono Fluxes. They've been doing a great job.
The Dragon Slayer Finlev! He just went from having the most HP on the battlefield to having none adverse. Great timing on that. And now they have center control. Now there's almost no way they can lose this as they block off one method of entry with that Chrono Flux. Orb will be grabbed by the red side. Great read, and the damage is now beginning to come in. Adverse doing the backline onto that Baco. He's going to be able to dash out now. Finlev holding the line. Arbs and him will be side by side. But now Arbs, he's being roasted. The renew in their material. The Prowl back will keep that Adverse alive.
This is going to keep going until, I'm thinking until Averse manages to get their ultimate back up. They're very reluctant to use steady shots, so the burst damage is not coming out there, and that means Finlev is not really taking a lot of meaningful damage. Everything they're taking, they're getting healed up, and without the pressure on both Finlev and Arbs, Arbs has no reason to just not heal Finlev this whole time. So not a whole lot of permanent damage, which means, of course,
that will be a one-shot, and it is!
And that ultimate doing all the work needed in the Valiant Leap, shifting stance to get out of the way, but at this point, all the damage that's been taken, Stro so close to death. One good hit here, and all the burst damage will be enough. And unfortunately, it's that chip damage that's not been helping.
There's the Petrify Bolt to go ahead and set him up for the deadly injection combo. The Wombo is real, but he's able to escape yet again with the shifting sands. And there is a nice Chrono Flux to buy himself more space, but space isn't what he needs. He needs time. And he doesn't have it. Get it? Time, because he's...
Ironic indeed.
We just don't mix.
Ew.
Sorry, I'm getting away with your terrible puns, so hi, it's all evened up.
I like to be supportive.
Yeah. Tied up now 2-1, breaking the tie in favour of NA Plebs.
So with this setup so far, Gotta say, Strona verse, they have good ideas. They have good setup going. It's just they need to make sure that they're focusing down, getting that burst damage going, because that is the one thing that is holding them back. It's always the thing that holds you back for Lucy, between the barriers and all the revitalizing potions being thrown out there. It's very difficult to keep damage, to make damage stick against a Lucy without proper burst.
The Chrono Flux coming through. Arch will be able to escape around the corner. There's his very own HP able to be kept up, but he's already very low in terms of renewable HP. That's not the kind of thing you want. Stro being roasted in the backline, so the Petrifying out of the Stone Glass is significant. Arms trying to hold his own against Adverse, who's reading him perfectly, and as the arrows come from the side, this Quicksand will come in and hit Arms with just slivers of HP. The shield buying him all the space he needs for the time being, but Adverse will be following through and be rooting him. This isn't good for him at all as the damage continues to come in. The Incapacitate off the back of the Seeker's Mark will guarantee the kill. Now they're able to get the Petrify off the Stone Glass onto Finland the second they let him loose. They're ready for him, and the damage is already flying through Orb to the red side, and the ultimate comes through, but it's not enough to guarantee the kill onto a very, very happy Time Goat.
Look at Arb's protection stat. That was pretty much all clutch moves. Almost all that 379 protection was just clutch moves trying to deal with a verse. I mean, Arbs survived very well there. And it almost worked out, but there was just enough damage, enough focus. And if a verse and Stro can keep that focus up, they will take this. But it's really going to matter. That's what's going to matter. And if Finlove and Arbs realize this, they're probably going to play a little bit safer.
Verse and Kari will be trying to hold the line. There's a Valiant Leap already in, but the Bulwark, it's not nearly enough. And as the root comes through, the Quicksand will follow through, and Finlove is absolutely being demolished.
That was a little unfortunate, losing the Incapacitate before the Rain of Arrows could really deal with it. Unfortunately, Rain of Arrows and Incapacitate's rather tricky to work with, but it's still, that Sands of Time did stop it, and the Orb going to the blue team.
So far, that's about all that's going their way, although actually I suppose that's unfair. There's a lot of arrows and damage going their way too, as Averse dodges and giants around him doing so much work. The ultimate, the Dragon Slayer, that flies through with Arms. He's being punished, and he will be so close to dying, but he's able to keep himself alive with his own barrier. The Quicksand won't quite land. Finland now there to try and provide the healing necessary for him. The Sands of Time do so much onto Arms. He's barely outside of the range of those projectiles, driven into a corner, able to dodge the Quicksand, but the barrier, it's still holding. Oh, he lands the Petrify Bolt, and somehow he's able to escape. There's the shield coming out of that block. A great stun play to hold through, and there's the ultimate fly through, and somehow Arms, he just managed to escape being pinned in the corner by two opponents.
That was actually a miss from one of Averse's standard Hunter arrows that just missed Arbs, and Arbs would have died thanks to it. And that's pretty much keeping this in that one juke. Avoiding those, actually also was the Chrono Ball that was missed as well. And once again, another Chrono Ball being missed. Those misses, those near misses are what's keeping Finlove and Arbs in the game right now and putting Stro in a terrible position.
Arbs blowing my mind. And now Stro, he just went from a surefire win to being in a 1v2 focused out. He does land the Stone Glass onto one. There's the Petrify necessary to maybe buy himself a little bit of space. And nice use of the Chrono Flux. Great predictive work to try and do a little bit of damage onto Finland. He does definitely have the HP lead on the individual players, but the Deadly Injection will end that. And there's the focus, the stun, the panic coming through, and he will fall. Now,
and that time
we have a tied up 3-2 scoreline, breaking it yet again for NA Plebs.
Yeah, that time bender was a bit wasted, but at that point, it's very difficult to keep yourself up. So at this point, it's really coming down to accuracy. Just seems like that's the case. Arb's taking a lot of pressure, but not getting finished. It's due to slightly missing, slightly not leading shots. If a Verse and Stro can just up their accuracy a little bit, they should be able to take this. But that's what it's coming down to. That's how close this is.
Finlove already into the back lines, doing a bit of work. It will be the arrows raining from the sky, though the barrier not quite enough to deal with all that damage. There's a great stun, and Stro already trying to deal the healing back onto himself. Isn't nearly enough. Adverse being pinned against the wall too, and just slaughtered the immaterial off the prow. Does buy him a little bit of space, but he's still being hunted, and Finlove is just sticking to him like glue. The ultimate does land, and followed by a shield bash. This is just savage. The black arrow around the corner, but the blood axe will follow, and Finlove won't quite be able to land that either with the prowl. It's only a temporary measure. The Deadly Injection which follows won't quite be enough. Still managing to keep himself alive somehow. Is this the same as what Arbs did?
Yeah, it was kind of unfortunate that Prowl came out when it did, because that left Deadly Injection open. There was no way at that point for Averse to avoid that damage. Deadly Injection just do its job. I mean, I think Black Arrow might have been on cooldown, so that might have been the one option, but it wasn't used at any rate. So that's the thing. You got to be careful when it comes to your invulnerability moves.
Well, he managed to keep himself around, and the Dragon Slayer is now seen multiple times be a massive difference maker. The Petrified Bolt does come in, though. Arms will push him forward into a deadly injection. Now he's got his ally behind him. The time traveler, that's huge. He pops it right out, and he's going to be able to land both damage onto Lucy without even popping his ultimate. That's some insane damage. Following it up, trying to chase down Finlev. He does have a 1 versus 2. They should be able to win this. The Bulwark does come out, and will be Finlev trying to buy a little bit of time. The Dragon Slayer is available. If he can land it, it would be huge, but instead, it will be the ultimate out of the park. Completely wasted as they read him like a book and tie up the scoreline yet again, 3-3.
And the Chrono Flux. I don't know if you noticed how much the Chrono Flux slowed down the ultimate. It wasn't much, but it was enough. And that put Averse in a position where they could dodge out of the way without issue. If it weren't for that Chrono Flux, I think that the Heroic Charge would still have hit, would have done, if not killed Averse, at least done a huge amount of damage. But that Chrono Flux. These Chrono Fluxes from Stro. This is a clinic on Chrono Fluxes right now.
I'm very happy to be in attendance. Has been left. We'll be doing a bit of chip damage. The Incapacitate, though, following through. He's going to have to leave very quickly, and then Burst, he's hunting him down. The Bulwark does come up. The root follow the trap inside of a Chrono Flux is a bit of an interesting idea, but it hasn't happened just yet to work out.
I think the idea for that is shield.
Won't be able to get the kill.
No. The idea for that, I believe, is Shield Dash. Because if a Shield Dash happens and the Chrono Flux gets triggered or goes to the Chrono Flux, it'll slow it down enough that the Bear Trap will be meaningful. And of course, it'll also waste the mobility cooldown. But that wasn't triggered.
Will be Stro, of course, trying to send it up again with Avarice maybe to try and hold down this Bulwarked opponent, but Bulwark will be holding for the time being. They kill, though, just as it falls, with the Black Arrow riding through. The ultimate will be cancelled out by a Great Panic Flash. Great timing on that, but the Quicksand does land, and the ultimate, the Dragon Slayer, flies through, slaying his opponent, even though they may not be a dragon.
And Averse and Stro very nearly about to upset this. I mean, there was a reason I was hedging my prediction, because Averse and Stro, I mean, yeah, I don't know if they're as good necessarily, but we've seen them. They're adaptable. They're really adaptable.
I mean, you say, I don't know if they're as good necessarily. Stro and Avarice, they know they're as good, and they're proving it to you right now as they win round after round. Now taking a 1-round lead. If they take a 2-round lead, they will have won the first map of this best of 3 grand finals for the $100 prize pool. First doing a decent amount of damage, but the barrier does hold him back, and it will be him still playing stealthily around the outside.
And Stro and Averse seem to be playing a bit riskier this time. Averse going a bit more forward. I mean, they're keeping max health. They're keeping their health at as best as they can. But Averse is not quite as close to Stro as they have been. They're making sure to play a little bit more risky, taking advantage of the fact that they do have a round to burn if need be.
There's Battlerite coming through. Great Stone Blast. Finland following up, trying to land something. The Heroic Charge is available should he find the right target for him. Instead, though, it's going to be Averse diving back and forth around him. There it is. The dash through. The ultimate flies through. Lots of damage. The stun the time member, though. Last second attempt isn't quite enough. And Averse, he needs to make the plays of his life. It's definitely possible, though.
Yeah, Jumong, if there's anyone here that's going to be able to make plays of their life to win in a 2v1, it is Jumong. I mean, anyone who's been, if you're paying attention to the Reddit at all, you've seen a lot of Jumong videos of, hey, I've just done a 2v1 or a 1v2. Look at me, I'm playing Jumong. So this shouldn't be a problem.
He's a very self-sufficient champion, and there you go. There's why managing to snipe the orbit. Decent range now, hunting down the healer. That should be his primary target. Nice Black Arrow time it. Go and dodge the first bit of damage, but the stun will come through. Immaterial Prow allows him to escape. Incapacitate off the back of the Seeker's Market. Huge, and he's getting 2 for 1 on that arrow rain from the sky. Hunting down Averse, trying to do the final hits and chip damage onto Arbs. Isn't able to do so. Now Finland finally able to make contact with him. Is petrified. There's the Prow. Yet again, the Incapacitate fly through. Black Arrow will be in time. Double dodge, not able to grab Orb. That's what he needs to do, but instead he opts for the Dragon Slayer, and that ties him in place, and he will be focused down. Now, this is match point.
Gotta say, though, actually was Predation rather than Prowl. Much better move in that situation since Predation heals you up as you hit with it. So Averse was trying to get every little bit of healing. I had the Black Arrow Heartseeker, they had the Predation for the additional Heartseeker, essentially. Like, they were getting all the self-sustained healing they could. It was unfortunate. It was like small little things here and there that didn't quite manage to get them to win that round, but they were making all the right plays as far as the basic ability usage was going.
Averse trying to make the connections this round. They're focusing him a bit more maybe after the last one they know. Averse might be a threat. They're going to do some stuns and some panics right off the bat, doing a little bit of chip damage. It will be Orb captured by the red team off the back of some nicely set up arrow rain. Now they're going to have to pull back and play together as the Bulwark holds the front line.
Well, that's like I said. The last round they were playing a little unsafe because they had the chance. They had their round available. It wasn't a big deal if they lost it. Now, of course, it is a massive deal. Nice Incapacitate. No real advantage taken off that, but a bit of a repositioning. That's still good. That's still what they need to do, and a Black Arrow recast should be coming up very shortly to get a verse out of this situation. Once the Bulwark, there we go, Bulwark's down, Black Arrow recast, and Finlev still doing okay. Their HP is a little bit low, but the red team HP is also quite low. And that Chronoflux.
Finland can go ahead and pop this heroic charge at any moment here, and it will do significant damage. He's just waiting for the right moment when he can guarantee he will land, because of course if he waits it, it's all over from there. Is the Dragon Slayer, though. Decent amount of damage on Darms. That will drive him into the backlines. It did decent permanent damage too. Nice shifting sands to dodge that heroic leap into the backlines. There it is, the ultimate coming through off the back of the shield slab. That is massive, and that's instantly most of the HP over on Stro gone.
Yeah, that is Finlev's thing, is shield dash into heroic charge. They do that all the time. Like, I even made a note of that because of how much they were doing it the last time I casted them. And they're not holding that up. That's a good move. And there we go, incapacitate. Nice! Very well done, Prowl. That was what they needed to do. Awesome Prowl into the incapacitate, into just a little Chronable to finish that off. That was perfect. So Finlev is down, and Arbs at this point desperately keeping themselves in the game. They are managing, but that one last arrow finishing the job. And we're on to map 2. With a bit of an upset as far as I'm concerned, but honestly not that much of an upset. Dream Crushers crushing Dreams the first round.
Blowing my mind time and time again. The individual skill of all of these players is truly terrifying. But of course, this is only map 1 of the grand finals for the $100 2-feet suit PRL tournament. This is the 4th one, and I think by far this is 4 times better than any final we've had so far. Stay tuned, we've got so much more Battlerite still coming your way. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, for perhaps the final time tonight, welcome back to the PRL $100 2v2 tournament. My name is TJ, my co-caster is of course Shadow Fury, and we are of course into the second game of the grand final between NA Plebs and Dream Crushers. Game 1 went to NA Plebs, went to Dream Crushers in narrow fashion. NA Plebs driving it to the very last possible point before they lost. I cannot wait.
Yeah, this is really hard to call because, I mean, I can't say Dream Crushers has gotten the momentum because NA Plebs, they're still NA Plebs. You can't underestimate them. But at the same time, it's such a hard-fought battle. I'm going to guess it's going to be 4-5. Either way it goes, it's going to be 4-5. And Averse entertaining the possibility.
Yeah, we do actually, it looks like we're going to see all the same champions coming through. But as you did know, we actually almost saw Averse go ahead and pick up Varesh. That would have been a bizarre pickup, but he stuck with what worked.
Yeah, although I gotta be honest, I would like to see more Vareshes. I think after the last patch, Varesh's rights have really just helped Varesh to actually deal with things better. Just especially the way that the corruption shield works. The fact that it bursts the corruption rather than relying on the shield being destroyed. Like that alone is a huge boost.
Well, we will be getting right on into it now as Finlev and Arbs ascend to the arena. It will be our grand finals flying right in now.
And already we're making sure everyone's staying together, and Finlev again with that shield dash to push Stro away as best as possible. Stro's the time bender to push back. And the bulwark being triggered at the last second. That is always a tricky thing to figure out what frame to throw against a bulwark.
The range, Arbs joining him, decent amount of damage coming in now, but Finland's going to be driven around the corner. There's Orb being pulled out. Great play by Finland, able to use that shield bash to drive it out of the centre of the arena from the quicksand and guarantee that he and his team would get over. Now Adverse needs to land a couple of these steady shots, a couple of these black arrows. Instead he's going to go prowling forward, but it's red like a book. Finland backing off and then lunging on in. The ulti misses though, and Adverse, he's going to be driven around the corner. And Stro dropping that chrono flash to go and buy a bit of space for his teammate, and that is absolutely a key play.
Yeah, at this point, that was a great dodge by Averse. Still got the splash damage, but at this point, Averse just going for Arbs. And Finlev getting in the way, but Finlev getting incapacitated for their trouble. And while that barrier is going to stop extra damage, it doesn't look like really there's much that Dream Crushers cares about that. All they want is the center orb. They just want to make sure to get position. They're not going to damage someone who can't be damaged.
Will now be... Oh, Finlev, he's been petrified. The petrify does come through. That's huge. The stone glass will temporarily leave him out of the battle. Arms following up with panic, though. That's almost exactly the same effect, except now they actually have Finlev isolated, and they're able to do substantial damage onto him. Only 71 HP, 40, of course, by contrast, on Adverse, but he does much better at range. Or this time over to the blue side, and I think that's unfortunately a bad sign for this red team, for the Dream Crushers, because their dreams might be being crushed in this first round.
Gotta say though, those Chrono Fluxes are doing a great job isolating Finlev, and we aren't gonna see another one for a little while, but a Petrify coming in there. Nice Petrify Bolt to stop Averse from doing a whole lot, but Averse still managing to avoid everything that comes down there. Almost everything, at least. Enough that it keeps them in a good position.
Averse keeping himself alive here on the backlines. There are the arrows raining for the sky. They don't connect with anything though, and Averse is gonna just hang out at range, do a bit of chip damage. Stro actually victim of a deadly injection. Actually, both enemies victim of a deadly injection. The Zarb goes insane. And look at this now as the panic follow-up comes through. There's Time Bender trying to hold off the damage, but it's not nearly enough. The Alder falls, and now Adverse, he has Dragon Slayer, but it's not nearly enough. And it will be round 1 in favour of NA Plebs.
I gotta say that was a match decided by the center orb. If red team can take the center orb, if Dream Crushers can consistently get that center orb the next 5 rounds, they've got this. If Finlev and Arbs keep that center orb going, they've got this instead. It's really coming down to that. But I think partly it's actually Finlev and Arbs kind of need it. It seems like they needed a bit more than the Stronaverse.
I think Finlev definitely is going to be always taking a lot of damage, so having his EX abilities available, having Arbs especially also with his EX abilities, that makes a huge difference. Having Arbs not having to worry so much about healing because the orb is providing its own HP, that's a huge difference. Whereas by contrast, Averse and Stro can play at range. They are both range champions. They can play from a decent distance and do just fine.
Not only that, Stro and Averse both have quite a bit of self-sustain, with Stro being a healer and Averse having, between Black Arrow, Heartseeker, and all the stuff that Prowl, especially if it goes for Predation, gives them. There's a lot that both players can do to keep themselves alive.
There's the panic driving and burst out. They won't be able to grab orb because of it, but they will still be hunting down Finlev and Arms around the outside. There's the Valiant leap. Out to Finlev. I was going to say going right on in, but he doesn't land anything. The bulwark now popped in the front line, building a nice quicksand to go ahead and tag Avani. Great attempted prediction on that air range. Doesn't quite work out, and Finlev will be swinging that War Axe at close range. There's the ultimate available, should it be triggered out, but there's the bulwark down. I thought it was going to be triggered as soon as the bulwark was down, but it's not going to be able to. There's the Dragon Slayer sniping orb. Great prediction to rob Finlev of what was rightfully his.
Yeah, no, it was a good timing too. It looks like the barrier came out just a frame too late, so that Dragon Slayer dealt permanent damage to Bako. But once again, we are still seeing how Arbs and Finlev play, and they are making sure to avoid that permanent damage destruction, but Finlev still getting their max HP reduced slowly but surely, as much as they'd like to avoid it.
The panic coming through will temporarily drive Averse out of the action. He's going to be returning to the action now, doing a decent amount of damage in the front lines, but Arms is going to be able to fall back, play side by side with Finley. There's the root coming through. That is huge. The front line dive will die down. There's the ultimate coming through. That's huge out of Finley, but the time travel, that pulls him right out. Petrified Averse isn't quite able to aid in the time being, but it will be a nice return from Stro any second now, and Finlev is so very low. This could be what they need, as the quicksand should follow through, but it's too far forward and it won't quite land. The shield, that's all that's keeping Finlev alive on this barcode, but he will finally fall, and Arms should be right behind.
And Arbs being contained by the Chronoflux, forced to roll out of there, but even with that, a couple good hits will do the trick. And there we go, that's not quite, there it is! There is that last hit to finish off Arbs, and it's now evened out.
Now tied up 1-1, Stro and Co will be answering right back. Dream Crushers, they're a dominant team in map 1, but they're showing that same level of form.
So, once again, continuing with that crowd control game, they are still managing. It really is coming down to Chronofluxes, though. That seems to be their main tool. I mean, we are seeing some of the Prowls, but the Prowls are getting red. Finlev is avoiding them. Arbs is not close enough for it to matter as often as I'm sure Averse would like. So, definitely those Chronofluxes. Stro is holding this as far as the crowd control game goes.
Finlev and Co now going in. This is their opportunity to make something happen, and there's the Valiant leap into the backlines. Lots of damage potentially coming out, but the Bulwark reflects quite a bit of it right back into Averse, and he's going to come out with the Seeker's Mark off the back of the Prowl to do a decent amount of damage and the incapacitate onto his primary opponent. There's the Petrified, the Stone Glass coming through onto that Barco, meaning he's out of the fight for the time being, but he'll be raring to go back in, and the Deadly Injection Blood Axe combo followed by a Panic Blast. Stro is absolutely suffering because he's taken all of that and more.
Yeah, this control is not working as well. I mean, there was a bit of a trade-off, a bit of a gambit. Averse got the center orb at the cost of Stro losing half their HP. And as long as this pressure can be kept on Finlev, but unfortunately Finlev, as they are wont to do, splitting up the red team and forcing them to spend more time regrouping than dealing meaningful damage.
Stro will be falling back. There's the stun out of Finlev, doing a decent amount of damage in the front lines, but Stro needs to find a way to group up with his teammate. There's the Dragon Slayer ultimate, getting mostly eaten by the orb of Finlev, and not quite do exactly what they'd hoped it would do. Finlev will still be able to dive right into the backlines, land a stun. Oh, the ultimate's going to be read perfectly, though the time travel does receive a stun as the leap, the predictive leap, it's too late. There will still be a decent amount of damage onto the time-bending Stro, though, as he's unable to escape until it's time.
That was a frame-perfect time travel, though. That was just... That's why Averse has the game. That's actually why the blue team is currently about to lose, or if they're not careful, they're going to lose this game because of that time travel. I mean, Stro definitely in this tough position, but not being focused, and really, they're also focused on Averse that Stro's able to get away with having only 70 health, or 80 health now.
With the damage from Stro and Averse trying to rack through that bulwark. Now the bulwark's over, but the Petrified Bolt does temporarily buy some space on Averse. Now Finlev will finally fall. Stro doing the final bit of chip damage to slay both enemies, as Averse in the bottom lines did gain the honour of that one. Now 2-1 in favour of Dream Crushers.
And they are indeed crushing those dreams. It's just that ultimate setup. We're finally seeing that stuff on Clutch. It's great. That's what we need to see. Like that is the sort of game plan that really characterizes high-level play. When you get all that stuff working out with the timings on point. I want to see more of that.
2-1 in favour of Averse and Stro. They are still looking to keep that going, and of course here they are going right on in. Averse and Stro side by side in the backlines. There's the Valiant leap on in. The barrier does eat up a decent amount, but it won't eat up the stone glass, which does guarantee the petrify onto Finland for the time being. But now he's returned and is going very aggressively with that bulwark in the front line, eating up so much, sending it right back to the original source of the damage. Now he's going to be able to shield bash that orb out of it and just guarantee that his team gets it.
And that Chrono Flux not managing to do a whole lot, got shield dash through, and at this point, a Verse getting completely split out there. Panic Bolt does miss, but it doesn't seem to matter though. Stro taking all the damage afterwards, and a Verse, I think there's the Dragon Slayer. I knew they wanted to get that Dragon Slayer up. They were just itching for it, but they did not manage to do it without taking damage in the process.
There's the material guaranteeing the incapacity to land this next shot, but actually he can't, and now he's going to be very low on HP, likewise for his teammate Older. They do finally manage to land that stone glass, which does guarantee a few seconds of respite as the petrify does wear off. Now the heals from Stro will come through onto a Verse, and they need to peek around this corner, and they need to get a lot of damage quickly, but he didn't expect that Lucy to be so close to the player collision. That opened it up for Finlev to absolutely execute him. Now the deadly injection, the stun follow-up, it's more than enough to slay Older. Tied up now, 2-2.
Yeah, I think the 4 or 5 thing I mentioned before is definitely going to happen at this rate. We're not seeing either team lose focus. We're not seeing either team get red hard enough that it allows them to completely dominate this match. It's definitely going back and forth as far as... Well, we'll see. We'll see. It's tied up, but it's always a question when you tie it up. Is that meaning that the team that just tied it up has now gained the momentum they need to completely shut out the rest of the match? Or is it going to remain a close match? Which is, of course, what round 5 will show us, because that will, by definition, stop the tie.
You're doing some smart maths over there, Shannon. Thank you.
Yes, it is provable that the tie will be broken after this. Actually, no, it's not, because it could be a draw. Never mind. There's a possibility that this will not happen.
There's a slight possibility. The Panic Flask does come through from Arbs to go ahead and drive back his opponent. Now there's the Valiant Leap in. Finlev, though, he's left himself open. I do not like this one bit. He left himself open to all kinds of damage. He was able to survive for the most part. They didn't lose Orb, though, as Stro and Co were able to snipe it. Stro under fire will be able to escape quite nicely, though, and now returning the damage. Finlev will be suffering. There's the root, there's the incapacity. The bulwark buys him a little bit of time, but the stone glass does guarantee the petrify onto his healer, and Arbs is taking an awful lot of damage before he lands the panic, and even afterwards. There's the Dragon Slayer ultimate flying through, absolutely wrecking Finlev.
And that Dragon Slayer ultimate was the second thing in a row after the Seeker's marked incapacitate that's been just perfect timing in the land of Valiant Leap. Stro and Verse are getting just totally on point when it comes to knowing, okay, Valiant Leap's about to end. This is when my cast has to start if I want to hit it and stop it.
Finlev will be around the corner, throwing out that Blood Axe, trying to get on into the backline. Stro will be able to read him perfectly, though, and do a decent amount of damage. There's the ultimate now available on the Baku. If he gets the chance to use it, he will be able to grab Orb, and that would be to his advantage. There it is. Ultimate yet again available, and he's going to try and land it. There it is, onto the Older. The stun comes through, decent amount of damage, but a very, very low HP. Will be able to use the time better to allow him to escape. Stro keeping himself going. Meanwhile, of course, there was a petrifying bolt landed onto his teammate Averse. Averse still managing to keep himself alive, but let's talk about Finlev. So very low on HP. Stro has come out on top, and now he's got the time bender to be able to save his ally, who's currently under a lot of fire. And Arbs will be now in a very, very sticky situation.
The tie is broken in favor of Dream Crushers, who are continuing to keep their name alive, although admittedly it is still very close. But at that point, I mean, the amount of damage dealt there for Reverse. The thing is, of course, with Petrify Bolt, it's got to be careful, is that Lucy doesn't really have a whole lot of burst damage. The best that they can do is Crippling Goo. So a Petrify basically just allows the Lucy to make space, get back up to their teammate. And at that point, that didn't happen. Arbs did not go back up to Finlev when it was really opportune to do so.
Some aggressive play of Ursh will be able to go in, but oh, the panic lands instantly onto him, drives him right out of the fight before he can even do the damage he'd hoped to. He does manage to land the Prowl Incapacitate combo, but he's soaking up so much damage the whole time. Look at that, flying through. The Black Arrow does dodge the Valiant Leap, but the panic follow-up is twice as good, and this isn't looking good at all for the red side.
I would say the opposite. This is the one reason I say I never like it when people start getting out of the center, at least when I'm playing, is that it's so easy for the team that you're completely harassing, keeping in their start position, to sneak around you and then take the center and take the orb as red team is done. So red team right now, there's still a bit of a health disadvantage, but it's very close, and it will be turned around as long as they play this as well as they have been so far.
Well, Verse over on Dream Crushers does have his Dragon Slayer available, and the Dream Crushers are grouping up together over at the top. They aren't quite able to snipe that orb, and Ultimates are available an awful lot of players now, actually. I don't know how to feel about this. It's going to be a bloodbath either way. Now, there's the Ultimate flying through onto the Petrified Older. That will be the time travel. If he can keep himself alive, the time travel does miss. No kills coming through. The follow-up with the Valiant Leap isn't quite good enough to guarantee it. There's the Dragon Slayer absolutely nailing Barco to the wall. The Petrified Bolt isn't fast enough, and it guarantees the kill. The Incapacitate follow-up onto Arbs. 1 versus 2. He does have 2 low HP opponents, but there should be no way to win this, and there isn't. 4-2-2. That's match point, tournament point now for Dream Crushers.
That Dragon Slayer, I wasn't sure if that was going to come out though, because that Baco player, I mean, they had used some of their moves, but I'm not sure if they were completely out, and indeed they were out enough, or at the very least, they were in enough of a position that Averse felt confident, and it paid off too. I was thinking, I mean, Averse was switching targets there. They weren't sure if they were going to go for Arbs or Finlev. They made the right choice.
Yeah, they read the timing perfectly on that Bulwark. You know, a second earlier, and he eats the whole Dragon Slayer. I'm so glad that we got to see that, because it was absolutely fantastic. Now, there's the stun, though, coming out. We might have the answer back from the NA Plans. If they can land all this damage, it would be huge. The Petrified, though, it answers back. There's a decent amount of damage to hold off Arbs for the time being, and he will be forced to play kind of a backline role while Adverse and Cody talked about this so many times. They've got center control, and they're going for Orb.
Although it looks like at this point, NA Plebs was a bit smarter about it. They realized they lost center control last time by going too far in, and it looked like Dream Crushers was not quite so confident about keeping themselves in that area, because part of me thinks that Dream Crushers was actually intending to pull blue team as far as possible, pull NA Plebs as far as possible into the red team start location before going to the center, and this round that didn't happen, allowing the blue team to take center, or at least hold onto it a bit.
There's Orb being hunted down by the blue side. Ultimate, the Dragon Slayer comes out, though it's a little bit too early and it's predictably dodged as the Valiant Leap flies overhead. It will be the quicksand dodge too, and it's a hunt from Finlev trying to nail down Avers, but the black arrows are too good. Bulwark will finally come out buying him the last few bits of HP, and Abs should be able to provide all the healing necessary as the arrow rain does miss. Arbs looking for a way to go on in. Try. They need something, anything to try and keep their tournament dreams alive. They need to win this round, but they're behind in HP, they're behind in map control, and they're behind in ultimate charge.
I mean, it's just lucky that Finlev avoided that Blood Ice coming back there for the Chrono Flux, but that is pretty much as soon as one gets focused, and there's the incap, and another incap as well. Both players getting
the ultimate from Avers, the ultimate, the Dragon Slayer flies through, but he
no!
misses, and now Arbs, in return he lands the Petrified Bolt. Finlev so very low, but still managing to do decent damage, and the Bulwark will provide him all the healing he needs for the time being. He's rooted, and the Valiant Leap allows them to get back. Now they have center control. If they can somehow grab this orb, it could be huge, but they will be able to do so. Double Petrified Bolt allowing that, and that is insane.
And there we go, getting rid of Averse. And now we're in a 2v1. We're back into a situation where NA Plebs is not completely out of this. They're still in the match. That was a great heroic charge with the splash damage, the double hit. And it was petrified, but it still worked out.
Finlev could still very much fall here as the Time Bender is only buying a little bit of time, and there's the push all the way out of the map. The snared play on Alder isn't nearly enough, and he's going to be drawn out time and time again. The shifting sands all the way in, the deadly injection will follow through in the barricade. The Bulwark is more than enough to hold the damage for the time being, and they keep their tournament dreams alive. And NA Plebs, they're now only down by 2 rounds.
Gotta say though, that's a lot of toxic bolts that are being caught by the Time Bender. Unfortunately, it's not Panic Flash. If it was Panic Flash that was being caught, that would have been ideal. That would have allowed for some comeback, possibly allowed for the entire win. But at this point, NA Plebs not going down without a fight.
Back into it now. Verse will be doing the chip damage onto Arms. Finley side by side now, doing so much with the Valiant Leap. If he can land it, it would be huge, but instead the barrier will have to go through. Great timing on that. Arms will be able to dodge the nice quicksand that did play out predictably from Stro. It will be the incapacitating in return off the back of some great arrow play. Verse absolutely tearing apart Arms in the back line. He's already at 106, 90, double-digit HP over on Arms. That's not nearly what we want in the opening seconds of a round, and Arms is crumbling with only 82 points of HP. There's the Valiant Leap, dodged nicely by Stro, and it will be a Verse trying to fall back around the corner. He's doing great so far, and the Bulwark will only eat so much damage before it falls. Arbs, he's already separated from his ally. Orb will go to the blue side. Maybe that's the way they need to keep it to win. And there's Finlev with a great stun. The damage on Alder is huge. If he can't figure out something, this could be terrible. But Finlev, it's worth pointing out, by contrast, he's so low on HP. 40, 60% HP over on the blue side. That's not nearly enough to guarantee a win. And indeed, Jumong falls. Avers will go down the blue side, still managing to hold their lines. But look at Arbs, so very low. All it takes is a number of good hits from Strive.
And Stro, unfortunately, the only one left. We've seen already Stro has a really hard time winning 1v2s, and with Arbs managing to sustain themselves, the barriers are down, but the war shards should be still up, and as soon as any real threat comes in there, we'll see more shields. Time travel might be coming out pretty soon. That's probably the way that Stro's going to try to get back in this, but that's going to be tough to set up. And there it is.
Oh, he doesn't land anything. Great Valiant Leap to go ahead and escape that. The time bender won't be red. Ours will be falling back. The petrified lands, Finlev and co. They focus him out and guarantee the kill. That's it. This is it. Match point. Tournament point. If the red side Dream Crushers win this, they secure the tournament. If NA Plebs win this, they buy themselves a map 3.
I gotta say though, that opening with Arrow Rain, that was the best Arrow Rain. Like, that is the dream for Jumong, is to stun both your opponents or get your opponents into a position where they can't move much, hit the Arrow Rain on both, and get all the damage done. That pretty much characterized the round at the start. It was a good comeback, but man, that opening Arrow Rain really put the position for Dreamcatchers. That was Dreamcatchers' match to lose after that bit.
There's the Panic Flask coming out. That guarantees a temporary 1v1, and there's Finland taking the best advantage of it that he can. Adverse taking so much damage. The Renew coming in, but Adverse, he's already so low. Arbs is his primary target, and Stro backing that up too with his own Chrono Flux to eat so much damage, and he's going to be able to shifting sands out of the way of Finlev's heroic leap. Arbs will now be able to hide in the backlines as well. Adverse goes ahead and just hangs out for the time being, trying to find a good place to exercise his orb control there, and this nice snipe going in. Reverse, Wally's taking damage. He's definitely holding his own in a 1 versus 2, and the whole time he's doing that, Stro will be raining in the backline damage. That's exactly what they need.
I gotta say though, Verse was really playing it risky, not getting those health orbs when they had the chance the first time. They got him eventually, but man, that was so close to them losing them to Finlev, which would have been basically death. And the Dragon Slayer not hitting! That's gonna solidify the match, although Red Team with the slight ability to get back in, that orb helping out, but still, that was risky.
This match isn't over at all. Stro with the shifting sands away. Lucy falls. It's all down to Finland for his tournament hopes. He needs to somehow win a 1 versus 2. The quicksand flies through. The ultimate, the time travel is available over on Stro, but instead the Valiant Leap will come through and he falls. That's it. That's a narrow victory for Dream Crushers in this second map of the best of 3 grand finals. The tournament will go to Dream Crushers along with the $100 prize pool.
Well, that was great. I can't believe, I mean, just seriously, the amount of, like, Older and Jumong. Who would have thought? Because normally everyone's going on about Lucy Ashka, Lucy Bako, all this other stuff. But here we are, Older and Jumong winning the tournament. And it was a close win, I'll grant you. But man, that was a win. A win's a win's a win. And that was 2-0 for the whole map setup. So that was a wonderful play by Dream Crushers. They really, it was close, but they got into Finlev's and Arbs' head enough. They managed to get the focus down when they needed to. Got focused down occasionally, but it did work out nonetheless, ultimately, for them. So, well done to Finlev and Arbs. Sorry, well done, both of them, actually. Finlev and Arbs, congratulations on second place. And Stro and Averse, congratulations to winning the $100 prize for this tournament.
This was, of course, the 4th official PRL tournament. And we will be continuing, hopefully, with a few more in the coming weeks. If you want to look into that, of course, you can find it over at ProRL.com and on Twitter at ProRivalry, which is the official Twitter for all things PRL related. You can also obviously check out all the recaps of our tournaments over at yellowtalk.com, where they put very, very nice analysis of all tournaments that happen on this very channel. If you want to hang out and sign up for all the tournaments that are coming up, you can hang out with us as well over at our Discord. Discord.gg/PRL is the information you need. We're going to be back next week and, of course, throughout the week with some Rocket League tournaments on the same channel, so I'd highly encourage you to go ahead and follow it, because there is so much glorious content coming there with high production value and high hype levels. Of course, my name was TJ. If you do want to find me on the tweeters, you can do so at esportstj. Earlier we had Dexarian here, and right now my co-caster is Shadow, and he cannot wait to tell you his Twitter handle.
Yes, I can be found on Twitter at ShadowFury333. That is only a capital S, everything else is lowercase, and it's 3, numbers 3. So at ShadowFury333, it should be put into the Twitch chat, the Twitch chat, and of course I'm also on Twitch at ShadowFury333, and I tend to cast Battlerites on Thursday evenings Pacific time. Wow, you want to check that out?
That was a dedicated plug. I'm impressed. Thank you very much for watching so far. Be sure to be here for the rest of our tournaments and, of course, all the Battlerite action coming in the coming weeks. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you guys next week.
Thank you all for watching. Good night.